Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. They're our landlord. And our mission in life is to hold the debate. We do conferences all around the United States and all around the world, somewhere between 15 and 20 every year, on a wide range of topics, but basically whatever is of interest in the area that we happen to be visiting. This year so far, besides the United States, we've been in Monterrey, Mexico. We just got back, we had our annual event in Paris. We just got back from a two-country visit in Latin America to Buenos Aires and Montevideo, Uruguay. This event started in London on Friday, and now we're here in Helsinki. Later this year, we'll be going to Dublin and then Madrid in late September, early October. Our next major event is the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit. This will be our eighth event there. It will be in Victor, Idaho, just over the Teton Pass from Jackson Hole, and that will be on July 14th and 15th. We're very happy to return to Helsinki. We were here, I believe, 5 years ago. My boss has all the information in the back. It's a particularly exciting time in Europe and the United States. I think we'll have an interesting discussion about where we're going. With that, I pass you to our host.
Okay, so we also welcome you all here to this conference. And indeed, it is the second time that GRC is in Helsinki, and we're having a conference in Helsinki. We, of course, Back to Finland has, we of course settled back personal rights, no each other, but with the fellows of Back to Philadelphia, we have an arrangement which is not that active, but every now and then we have one or two of our economists visit the bank for a few weeks and vice versa. So that's kind of arrangement we've had for a number of years already, and that may be a reason why ties have become a little closer. I've also been talking in Philadelphia in one of the GS events years ago, actually, in the exciting time because it was September 2008. What happened then? I remember, interesting that I should tell you an anecdote, because when the meeting was over, I was talking about banking crisis after the Nordic crisis we had in the 90s. And as we walked out of the room, we just had to lose the first vote on the tarp was no. So it's a memorable, as you can see. But anyway, it's really nice to have you all in Helsinki. Let's start the session soon. But before that I start, let me just say a couple of words about this house, which is, as you've already noticed, it's quite a grandiose house. This is something called the House of the Estates. And it was built in 1888 to 1890. And it was then built for the assembly of the representatives of the estates. Finland, of course, was not independent. Finland became independent in 1917. But Finland had an autonomy, so an autonomous Grand Duchy of Russia. So we had our Senate and estates, in fact, and that's the purpose of this house initially. As you already noticed, the staircases and so forth, it is quite a rich design and a fair amount of art around and so forth. It has been used in various other functions as well, but nowadays this is used as a sort of a government's banqueting premises for various kinds of state occasions, meetings, big receptions, all kinds of events take place, hundreds of events take place in this building every year. Now, I should also say that, in fact, the Bank of Finland financed the building of this house, so we have sort of a little claim to get to be able to use the premises, which usually are under the Prime Minister. But we have sort of arrangement that if there's no official state event, and we need a suitable meeting room, then we can have access to this place. In fact, another anecdote, and then I stop with the anecdote. The first meeting 5 years ago, which was also supposed to be in the beginning of June, was actually one when there much longer than anticipated. And so then they gave us the other main banking premises, small Finnish notice place, which is a very fine building as well in the center of Helsinki. So we had the first years even in small. Now we are in the House of the States.
We're very pleased to be here.
Right. Good to see you. Okay, let's get started with the program. And so I'll be the moderator of the first session, which is about central banking with title Quantitative Easing in Europe and US. And with two speakers and one discussant. The first speaker is Eric Rosengren, President of the Boston Federal Reserve Bank since 2007. And he has a very long career, I believe most pretty long in Boston Fed, I understood, and has published very widely in areas of macroeconomics, central banking, and international banking, and risk management, banking regulation, and so forth. So Eric, the floor is yours. I think the timetable would be something like a half hour for each speaker, and then 60 Corbin the discussion, up to 15 minutes, and then we have about 15 minutes for discussion.
It's a very nice opportunity to come and speak and get a look around Helsinki. So the panel is supposed to be discussing quantitative easing. And of course, one of the first problems is that no country yet has fully exited from quantitative easing. So it's actually quite difficult to do a full assessment until we've had some success at not only getting into the experience of quantitative easing, but also getting out. So unfortunately, we're not in that situation yet. But the United States is probably the country that's closest to getting out. We have begun removing some of the accommodation. And today I'm going to really talk a little bit about that, as well as quantitative easing, and then talk a little bit about the alternative, one of the alternatives, which is negative interest rates. So the U.S. has taken the first steps towards removing some of the accommodation in the middle of December at the FOMC. We had our first increase of 25 basis points. It seems rather modest, particularly since we haven't followed it up since then with an increase. And part of the reason is because the data hasn't been as supportive as we were hoping over the first half of this year. Going into the first quarter, we were actually hoping that we would see pretty strong GDP and employment growing reasonably rapidly. But instead, what we actually had was fairly slow growth. The initial estimate for first quarter GDP in the United States was 0.5%. Since then, it's been revised up to 0.8%, but that's quite slow for the United States. So spending was quite slow. And looking to what happened last Friday, we've actually had a reversal of what was happening in the first quarter. So the spending has been coming in a good bit better in the United States for the second quarter. But unfortunately, the employment report on Friday was much weaker than we were anticipating. Payroll employment was particularly weak. The unemployment rate went down to 4.7%, but it went down for the wrong reason. It was that people were pulling out the labor force. So we've had a reversal of the first quarter, but we're still hoping actually to see some improvement in the economy, and that actually is my expectation. Overall, my initial assessment of QE, even though we haven't actually exited at this point, was that it was quite successful. The U.S., relative to most other countries, or most developed countries, is actually much closer. In the United States, we have a dual mandate, so we have both an employment mandate and an inflation mandate. Core inflation in the United States is at 1.6%, still below our 2% target, but relatively close, and has been improving, and I'll have a chart that shows that. And in terms of the unemployment rate at 4.7%, that's a pretty low unemployment rate, and I'll show you a chart a little later in the talk that highlights that most economists would argue that's either at or possibly below full employment for the United States. So one of the ways that QE works is it moves the yield curve down. And we've seen actually in the United States that both households and firms have actually increased spending as a result of the fact that there were lower rates. Today, I'm not actually going to do an event study. There are plenty of event studies. If you go to the Boston Fed, you'll see actually all the footnotes that include all the event studies that have been done on quantitative easing in the United States. For this talk, I'm not going to try to do that, but just highlight that financial conditions were eased, and I'll show some charts that validate that that was true. The path to normalization has been much slower. So if you look back at the previous two recoveries, there was much more of an increase in interest rates when we started the tightening cycle. It's been that in the United States, we still have relatively weak conditions relative to what we normally see during a recovery. I'm also going to talk a little bit about negative interest rates. This is not something I'm expecting to occur in the United States because we're actually in the process now of removing accommodation. But I would argue that the experience internationally has been a little bit mixed, and I'm going to particularly highlight the Japanese experience. One of the reasons I'm going to focus on the Japanese experience is unlike many of the other countries that have engaged in negative interest rates, they did it as a surprise, and most other countries did not do negative interest rates as a surprise. And in most countries, they were done in conjunction with other types of actions, where in Japan it was done as a more isolated event. So it's actually a more interesting example of what's happened with negative interest rates. I would argue for the United States that my own view is that not only we will not need to use negative interest rates, at least as long as we're continuing to recover, but also among the various conventional, unconventional tools that we have, I would put negative interest rates pretty low on my arsenal of tools that we would employ. And actually, I think quantitative easing has been a much more effective tool in the United States, and would argue that that might be a preferable tool to negative interest rates. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about the United States because, and what's been happening recently, just to give a perspective on what an exit strategy ought to look like. And in the last FOMC, the minutes actually provided three conditions that we were looking for in order to continue to remove the accommodation that we have. One is a rebound in U.S. spending, and you're going to see some charts that are going to highlight that we have indeed seen a rebound from the first quarter. The second is continued strengthening in the U.S. labor markets. Up until the last employment report, that condition looked like it was being met, but the most recent employment report has made that a little bit more uncertain. And finally, that we're getting closer to our inflation target. I'm going to show a chart that highlights that that impact is happening. So this first chart looks at real GDP. So the orange on the left side is the GDP for the first quarter. The three brown bars to the right are three different estimates of what second quarter GDP will be. One is the blue chip consensus, which is roughly 50 private sector forecasters. The second is the survey of professional forecasters, which has some overlap with the first. And the third is the nowcast by the Atlanta Fed, which uses statistical techniques to try to come up with an estimate based on higher frequency data. As you can see, all three of those brown bars are above 2%. We've been growing roughly at 2.1% since the recovery began in the United States. During that period, the unemployment rate has been coming down. So that's actually been consistent with tightening of labor markets. So if these forecasts are correct, we are going to see a reasonable snapback from what was a weak first quarter. I would also highlight that in the United States, first quarter GDP for the last several years has been a bit weaker, and we have had a pattern where the second and third quarters tend to be much stronger than the first quarter. So there is some argument about whether we have the seasonals quite right in the GDP series, and this is going to be another observation that seems consistent with that. The first quarter weakness seems to have been offset by some strength in the second quarter. Most economists that were expecting reasonably good growth in the United States over the course of 2016 were expecting it to be a consumer-led recovery. So this just shows you retail sales. The orange is the most recent April data on retail sales. You can see that it was a pretty sizable snapback. Retail sales, consumption overall is 2/3 of GDP in the United States. So if you have strong consumption, it's pretty hard not to have reasonably strong real GDP. So one reason you're seeing those forecasts that are above 2% is that the retail sales number that we had for the first month of this quarter was sufficiently strong that almost everybody started raising their forecast for what the second quarter was going to look like. In terms of unemployment, the solid line shows you the path of the unemployment rate. The dot to the right shows you what we do every quarter. We do a summary of economic projections, which is all the people that vote on monetary policy, provide forecasts of what they think the economy is going to be at for the next several years. One of the variables that we collect is unemployment. We also have inflation and GDP. And so as of the March FOMC, which is the last FOMC where we actually had this forecast, the expectation was by the end of 2016 we'd get to 4.7%. I've put a shading in here for where the central tendency is. The central tendency throws out the top three estimates and the bottom three estimates, provides a band that shows you where most of the members that vote for monetary policy in the United States are. You can see that for the long run unemployment rate, most of the estimates are between 4.7 and 5%. My own view of where full employment is in the United States is 4.7%, which is just the bottom of the range for the central tendency. With the employment report that we got last Friday, we were at that 4.7%. Now, as I noted, that was in part as a result of people pulling out the labor force, but nonetheless, this would imply that we don't need very significant growth in labor markets since we're already pretty close to full employment. If you look at the U6 measure or broader measures of labor market slack in the United States, there's still a little bit more room for that slack to be removed. But the fact that we're this low does indicate that at least on one of our two mandates, we're basically there. In terms of the inflation rate, we have a 2% inflation target. The inflation target is actually on total PCE inflation, the personal consumption expenditure measure of inflation. I'm showing the core here because obviously oil prices have been moving quite significantly. But you can see for the core inflation, if you were looking in the middle of 2015, we were going between 1.3 and 1.4%, and it was looking pretty flat. So if you put your hand over that far end, it would look like there wasn't any improvement. But you can see that there is a bit of a tilt up as we've gotten into the last 6 months, which is consistent with some tightening in labor markets and some movement in inflation towards our 2% inflation target. So in terms of normalization of monetary policy, it's been very gradual. I think that's been appropriate. We've only slowly gotten to full employment. We're still only making slow progress to the inflation target. We're not quite there yet. So as I was saying, my assessment, which is going to be the next several slides on QE, is going to be a little bit preliminary because we've only started the process of trying to extricate ourselves from the very unusual amount of accommodation that we've had in the United States. So in terms of QE in the United States, I'm not an unbiased discussant of this issue. I was a very strong proponent of quantitative easing in the United States. I think it was actually quite critical during the financial crisis to have the kind of quantitative easing program that we actually did. We did it quite forcefully under the guidance of Chairman Bernanke. I think it was one of the reasons why we came out of the financial crisis as well as we did. Still took an awful long time for unemployment to get to full employment, but nonetheless, I think we've done better than many other countries because of the forceful action that we did take. Now, I would note that while this discussion is going to be on quantitative easing, but there were a lot of things that were done besides quantitative easing, and I'll just highlight two of them right here. One is there were a number of liquidity facilities. Many financial markets were disrupted during the financial crisis, so the Federal Reserve was quite active in creating liquidity facilities. There were not secondary markets, and a number of financial markets was not very deep markets, and so we got much more engaged in financial markets than we normally do. The second was that we much more actively engaged in forward guidance. So most of the quantitative easing period was also partly forward guidance. It was in some sense a way of highlighting that the actions were consistent with the words, that we were going to have accommodative policy that was going to last for quite a while, and we were willing to be buying a significant amount of long-term assets in order to highlight that. So with interest rates near zero at the short end, it made sense to purchase long-term securities. The purpose of that was really to reduce the cost of financing for households and firms, and I'm going to show you a chart in a minute that shows that in fact occurred. We're looking for ways to increase aggregate demand. I would highlight that in the United States, our quantitative easing program was more limited than in many other countries around the world. Most central banks actually have much more flexibility in what they can actually purchase. In the United States, there are only two things that we can actually purchase. One is long-term government securities or short-term government securities. So government securities. The other is mortgage-backed securities that have a guarantee from the government. According to the Federal Reserve Act, unless we have a 13.3 facility, that has to be no credit risk in the assets that we're purchasing. So that's far more constrained than what the ECB or the Bank of Japan, for example, have in terms of the assets that they can purchase. So that assessment is in conjunction with the fact that we have a much more limited set of assets that we can purchase. So this looks at the real rate. So all these are going to be real rates, and it's looking at auto loans. So you can see prior to the start of QE, real rates for auto loans were between 4 and 5%. I'm showing you where, in each of these charts, I'm going to show you a green line as the beginning of the quantitative easing and a green line when we stop doing asset purchases. And the goal here is to just get a sense of whether financial conditions for the particular financial market were eased. And as you can see here, auto loan interest rates are much, much lower than they were prior to the quantitative easing period. Now, there were other things going on, so this isn't a statistical test by any means. There was forward guidance, there were other activities that were going on in terms of monetary policy. But quantitative easing was an important element of getting rates down, and I would argue that one reason we've seen a sizable rebound for consumers is in the United States, auto sales is an important component of retail sales, an important component of consumption. So it was critically important to get auto sales to be picking up in the United States, and in fact, that's what did occur. The second chart is looking at mortgage rates. Again, in terms of real rates, prior to quantitative easing, it was fluctuating around 4%. You can see over the quantitative easing period, the rates did come down, fluctuating between 2 and 3%. Again, it looks like financial conditions were significantly eased during the period of quantitative easing for housing. Housing is an area where we haven't seen the return of residential investment at the levels that we were seeing prior to the crisis. In part, that's because credit conditions are very different. Who can actually get a mortgage right now is very different than the type of people that were able to get mortgages prior to the crisis. So while rates have gone down, the ability to get mortgages have actually become more difficult. We have seen a pickup in residential investment, not quite as strong as we were actually hoping. The third is in terms of cost of firms. So here I provided two measures of corporate bonds. One is the AA industrial rate, the other is the AAA industrial rate. You can see that rates are fluctuating between 3 and 4%, and by and large, the rates more recently have been 2 or below. So each of these rates, this isn't an event study, it's not a statistical test, but financial conditions definitely seem to be easier as a result of the quantitative easing period. That's exactly what it was intended to do. By and large, it looks successful in achieving that goal. So, in terms of helping the U.S. recovery, I think quantitative easing was a critical component of that. I think quantitative easing did prove to be a very successful tool in the United States. I think if we were to go back down to zero again as a result of a negative shock, which I'm not anticipating, that quantitative easing would be a tool that we would revisit. So I think overall the experience has been reasonably successful. So in terms of negative interest rates, which is one of the alternatives to using quantitative easing, again, I don't expect to use negative interest rates in the United States. We're in the process of actually removing accommodation, not trying to increase the amount of accommodation. But I'm going to argue today that the results are fairly mixed, particularly looking at the example of Japan. So one of the reasons that the Japanese chose to move to negative interest rates was they were hoping to be able to move the exchange rate. And in particular, they were hoping to depreciate the yen. What's quite striking is looking at the green line where the negative interest rate announcement, and once again, in the Japanese case, it was a surprise, so it wasn't telegraphed like it was, for example, in Europe. So there was an appreciation of the yen rather than a depreciation. That's a real problem in Japan. Their inflation rate's been quite low for some time. One of the major mechanisms for them to get back to their 2% inflation target is to be changing the exchange rate in a way that increases their inflation rate. To the extent that the negative interest rate announcement moved it the other way, it hasn't been particularly successful in achieving probably what was the main objective of the announcement. In terms of mortgage rates, you can see that it's a little bit lower, but that certainly isn't a dramatic change from what was occurring prior to the announcement. So mortgage rates in Japan seem to be only a little bit lower as a result of the announcement. And in terms of corporate rates, they're actually a little bit higher. So in terms of the negative interest rate announcement, you're not getting what you were expecting in terms of exchange rates. You're not getting what you expected in terms of corporate bond rates. You're only getting de minimis movement in mortgage rates. That doesn't seem like a particularly successful experiment. And I would say that as well as not being particularly successful in the positive things that you were hoping to get, it's turned out that there are some costs as well, and I'll just highlight two. Get the slide to address. There you go. One is bank stock prices. So with the announcement of negative interest rates, Japanese bank stock prices declined fairly significantly. This is really important in Japan. It's much more of a bank-centric economy than, for example, in the United States. They're not nearly as deep in terms of capital markets. So the fact that bank stocks were hit so significantly is an indication that one of the transmission mechanisms, which presumably goes through banks, is not going to work nearly as effectively if the negative interest rates imperil the ability of Japanese banks to lend and serve as intermediaries in the way that you would hope. A second potential problem is the whole market volume has declined quite significantly. Many observers have argued that the liquidity in the Japanese short end of the market has gone down quite significantly as a result of the negative interest rate announcement. So in terms of potential collateral problems, both lower volume for short-term debt instruments and the fact that bank lending and bank share prices have been impeded by the announcement calls to the question really whether there are some costs as well as the benefits being relatively minimal. So concluding observation, at least for the United States, based preliminarily on what we've seen so far, and realizing that we haven't fully exited, I would say QE was quite successful. In terms of negative interest rates, I think we're going to need a lot more time and a lot more data to make a full assessment. We're obviously looking with great interest on the European experience with negative interest rates as well as the Japanese experience. But I would say at this point the evidence is mixed. And so I don't expect that we're going to need additional QE or negative interest rates in the United States. I do think we're likely to be on the path to normalization. I think that normalization is going to be relatively gradual, given the headwinds that we're seeing globally. But nonetheless, I fully expect that we will have the conditions necessary to slowly remove accommodation. So thank you very much.
Okay, I think we proceed to the speakers first. So, second speaker is Patrick Conan. Just to mention that he was governor of Bank of Ireland from 2009 to late last year, 2015. Now he's back in academia has a long distinguished career both in academia and also in policy work, international organizations like World Bank, IMF, and he has been an advisor to the Irish Prime Minister also. So Patrick, the floor is yours.
Very much. I'm going to stand behind these nice flowers. Thanks to GIC for inviting me again. It's my third time speaking to GIC, first about 10 years ago in Dublin, and then in 2010 in Philadelphia, which was also an exciting time for Ireland, just shortly before we went into the program. I remember a rather, I think, a slightly shocked audience of the Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, because perhaps they hadn't been keeping up with the news, and they found my presentation a little bit surprisingly downbeat, but the downbeat test was justified. But here we are back again, and the downbeatness is not so justified. And also great to be back in Helsinki. I never missed an opportunity to come to Helsinki ever since I spent a long summer here in 1969. Hasn't changed at all. So, see how I carry this. I'm not sure how to press. All right. Now, so that's the way I'm going to organize what I talk about to you today. First of all, I will give you the background and to QE. QE in Europe is much more recent than the United States. As it started very early in the crisis, and we're only just a little bit over a year into quantitative easing in the euro area. And I think I should explain not only the macro context, the background against which this technique and other techniques have been used, but also what happened before. What was the ECB doing all those years? Just watching the Federal Reserve, saying, oh, I wonder how that'll work. Well, I think it was a bit different than that, and I'd like to give you a few ideas about why ECB operated in a somewhat different way. A little bit about the QE as it's happened. And then, if I have time, I want to talk a little bit about not just drilling down a little bit on the macro performance and not just looking at the overall euro area. The euro area does largely consider the euro area as a unit in deciding on monetary policy. But one of the characteristics of this crisis is that that has not been sufficient to understand the dynamics of the European economy. You've got to drill down and see particularly different countries, but also different regions, different sectors, to really get a grip of what's happening and to react in an appropriate way. And finally, I'll talk about what other things could be done, because unlike the United States, where it's removing accommodation, as Eric put it, that's the theme of the moment. It's not what more could be done. In the case of the euro area, maybe some more might be needed, and what could be done? More might be needed. Why? In order to deliver the mandate. The euro area mandate is not totally unitary, but it gives a complete priority to the inflation. That having been accomplished, then the ECB policy should be supportive of the economic policies of the European Union. So it's not just a unitary mandate, but the inflation mandate is first and foremost, and it is not being reached. Just a few slides on the macro background to remind, particularly with some visitors from the United States, there's just a setup. Since I don't have a large staff now, I will rely on already published data in some cases. And this is the way the ECB is presented. The macro situation, aggregate GDP growth, and those indicators of market expectations and market sentiment as they have evolved over the last 8 years of the crisis. And what I want to draw your attention to is the fact that we have not one big recession here, a very sharp recession in 2008. we have a second dip in 2011, 2012. So that is what the historians will want to say. Why? What happened there? What was that a mistake? Could that have been avoided? But I also want to talk about the third dip, which isn't there. You see a very low quarterly observation in the middle of 2014 there, but there is no third dip recession, and I think that the historians, when they look at that episode, will say, well, this is where more active ECB policy certainly was effective in avoiding a third recession, and in fact that active policy was stimulated by the fear that the economy might be slipping into a triple there in 2013 heading into 2014. So now we're not talking about recession, we're talking about getting the inflation back on target. So let's have a look at the inflation. So this one is from the Bundesbank, and this shows you two things. It shows you the 12-monthly inflation as it rolled along before the crisis, through the crisis, and then up into 2011. I want to show you a number of things about this. I want to draw your attention to the other line, the black line, which is the expectations. It's a long time out expectations. It's a 5-year and 5-year, and that's a contractual, based on contracts. Not exactly an expectation, it's not surveying people, but it can be interpreted as an expectation, although very often we think of it as a biased measure, and before the crisis it tended to be above 2%, even though people were confident that the ECB would keep inflation at or below 2%. It is above 2% and they was gone. I just wanted to show a few things about it. People are always puzzled about it, and I'm not here to start the low just for the ECB, but it's just interpreted why. Why did the ECB raise interest rates just before the crisis? But it's not so hard to see why, if with a single-minded focus on inflation, there would have been a concern to dampen down inflation when you look at those inflation rates in 2008. It seemed awfully silly afterwards, but the increase in inflation, it's just easy to explain that. It's also easy to some extent to explain why the ECB also increased interest rates in 2011 by 225 basis. In fact, I think the meeting here in Helsinki was a meeting at which a decision was taken for the second 25 basis points. Historians will be interested in that one as well. But you can see the reason was, at that stage it was forecast that inflation would exceed 3% towards the end of 2011. And by the way, it did. That was inflation, that was due to energy prices, and there wasn't a pass on. Well, maybe there was no pass on because the ECB increased the interest rates. But anyway, that's that episode. Now we see a completely different evolution of inflation. And it's all, by now, we've forgotten that there used to be inflation in the euro area. It's been bouncing around 0 or below 0 for the past year and a half. And the black line shows you how expectations, even long-term inflation expectations, have now come down quite a long bit below the 2%, which is a sort of reference point. And I think that decline in expectations, particularly that curve, and there are other expectations curves that even started to move down a bit earlier in the middle of 2014. I think these were the trigger for the more active introduction of easing policies. I only do the next slide to highlight the importance of energy prices, the orange prices. You know, in the United States, a lot of attention is given to core inflation, excluding the effects of energy and food prices. In the euro area, the ECB looked at that as well, but the main focus is on headline inflation, not taking account of the fact that energy prices can be very volatile. Core inflation doesn't predict actual inflation very well. That's one reason for not looking at it. But it certainly, if you allow the energy prices to be in your estimate of inflation, you're likely to overreact to what may be short-term fluctuations. So 2008, that big spike there, that prompted the interest rate increase, you can see from the chart, the big orange burst there, it's a big energy price effect. And again in 2011, it's a big energy price effect. And again, to some extent now, there's an energy price effect in the opposite direction, so you could possibly overreact to the low inflation. But if you strip out the energy prices, you can see that core inflation here is still running around below 1%. So that's, the target is below but close to 2%. 1% is not close to 2% here. And the chart on inflation. Sorry, I should have updated this in Thursday, the more recent one, but it's the one that came out before that. And these are inflation expectations. The blue line is the actuals, of course, but the expectations for 2016, 2017, 2018, 2020. So if you believe these expectations, some of them are model-based, the green is model-based, and the other ones are surveys. If you believe those, then you can take two views. You can say, well, look, by 2020, nearly everybody thinks that inflation will be back to about 1.8, and that might be sufficiently close to 2 to say we're happy. But 2020 is 4 years away. That's a pretty long time. So we're not actually delivering in the euro area on the inflation. So I promised to tell you about techniques. What was the ECB doing before quantitative easing was launched in March? It started in March 2015. I could talk a long time about this, and I don't want to talk for a long time about it, but I do want to make one point which I think has been forgotten. Again, not trying to justify it, I just want to interpret and explain. The thinking around the policies of the ECB at the crisis were driven by something called, or to some extent, there are 25 decision makers in the Monetary Policy Committee, in other words, the Governing Council of the ECB. So, what was the ECB thinking? The ECB was always thinking 25 different things. But an important aspect to the way the problem was being conceptualized in the crisis was known sometimes as the separation principle. Inflation target is there. You use conventional central banking policies, interest rates, to achieve the inflation target, aggregate demand management. And at the crisis, there was plenty of room to do that. There was plenty of room to bring interest rates right down, and the ECB brought interest rates down. But there was also a disruption in short-term money markets, very polarization in the United States, limited access of banks to needed funding. And the ECB wanted to address that, but it addressed that with a different instrument. Interest rate policies for the macro, and then reduction in the requirements for collateral quality, move to a fixed rate full allotment procedure for banks. Here's a rate. You want to borrow any amount of money, you can borrow any amount of money at this rate. As long as you have collateral, and by the way, we're reducing the standards for collateral, so even if you don't have as good collateral as you used to have, we'll take it. Any collateral, but much more difficult. So that was the sort of bifurcation theory, and that's those two tools seemed adequate to the ECB at the time. And the Federal Reserve has a different direction. There's a lot of other things as well. But you will understand some of the movements in the ECB's balance sheet, for example, if you keep that in mind. ECB's balance sheet expands considerably during the crisis, and then it starts to shrink even though the macroeconomy hasn't recovered. But the reason it's expanding is not the The ECB is not using the size of its balance sheet as a macroeconomic adjustment measure. It's allowing its balance sheet to expand in response to the increased demand from banks for liquidity because of the disruption in the money markets. So when the disruption in the money markets declines, the ECB's balance sheet declines, even though the economy is still underperforming because it's not using that balance sheet size. And so it's a mistake, it's oversimplistic to interpret the movements in the ECB balance sheet as a measure of its impact. It's not even trying to use those. It should have been not. That's what I'm trying to say. Well, as I said, to go on for quite a long time about interpreting those interesting periods. But let me move on. I have a number of things there that I could talk about. Gradually, step by step, ECB started to think of that it needed to do more to get the inflation rate back up. This period 2013-2014, and it used a number of different measures. Started, for example, as early as 2013, forward guidance, the first use of forward guidance by the ECB. And the particular use of forward guidance was designed to differentiate ECB's policy from Federal Reserve policy at that time. Federal Reserve policy seemed to be about to tighten. And announcements were being made. ECB, of course, had benefited, the euro area had benefited from the expansive US monetary policy, but with the Fed tightening, there could have been a perception in the markets that there's going to be tightening generally. The ECB is not going to do anything about this, it's going to be passive. Whatever the Fed does, ECB will take the consequences. So the forward guidance in 2013 was an attempt to differentiate the ECB policy from the Federal Reserve policy, and largely successful. Largely successful. And I won't go into the details of I won't show you any charts, but you can see the separation of the long-term interest rates between the US and the euro area. Step by step, the ECB started to introduce other measures, kept lowering the interest rates. At first, this is the overnight money market rate, the only rate. You can see I mentioned that the ECB had plenty of room to lower interest rates at first. It did so, it lowered them from around 4% to got the interest rates down to about a quarter of a percent. It's often said the ECB had its policy rate at 1%, got stuck at 1%. Well, yes, in some sense it did, but the money market rates were driven down to a quarter percent by ECB policy. You can see this blip in 2011 as the ECB responds to this inflation scare. And then step by step, interest rates are lowered, money market rates, when they start to drift up, and even the littlest bit there in 2014, steps are taken again to push it down, and we can see by now that the interest rates are in negative area in the money market. And eventually, yes, the ECB buys covered bonds, it buys asset-backed securities, and eventually it decides that in order to get the scale of purchases, it has to get into the government bond market, even though that has proved to be controversial. Purchases of stressed country government bonds in the securities market program in 2010, Greek, Ireland, Portugal bonds, purchased in order to preserve the transmission of monetary policy into those stressed economies. It's very controversial. I don't need to give you a chapter and verse about how that was controversial. Nevertheless, it becomes evident that in order to get the volume of purchases, you've got to get into the government bond market. So that's what's done in the early 2015, decision made in January 2015, and the first purchases in March 2015. Has it been effective? Yes, of course it has been effective. Similar story to what Eric said about the United States. I'll just show you just a few charts. Whoops. Okay, maybe somebody can rescue continuing here. It's okay, I'll continue. The QE is quite effective in lowering interest rates, and a dimension to the lowering of interest rates, I pressed the right hand button, don't know why. Quantitative easing, as we all know, has three effects, depending on what you buy and how much you buy. It lowers the overall level of interest rates. It moves the term premium down, so it flattens the yield curve. And it also, in another dimension, in other words, the dimension of default risk, thank you, the measure of default risk, it also shrinks the default risk premium. So levels, slope, and risk premium. Just don't touch anything else. And you can see those at work here. I showed you the short-term interest rates a minute ago, and you saw that they fell to 25 basis points, so almost zero, very early on in the very early months of the crisis, late 2008 or 2009. And you can see there, even for Germany, blue line, the long-term yields haven't come down all that much at stage, but they gradually come down, and by the time we're here in late 2015, early 2016, the long-term 10-year bond yields are around zero. And you can, so that's the slope of the yield curve, and the risk premium. Well, I think you can see that as well. It's not the only thing that was going on in Spain and Portugal. A number of policy adjustments there in Spain and Italy that have shown. Portugal will be the same story. But you can see that the gap between the Spain-Italy curve and the France-Finland-Germany part of the curve has shrunk as well. I'm afraid to touch this now. What's the next one? Oh well. Since I've moved on to it, I'm afraid to touch it. I'm back. No, see, I've done it again. You told me not to touch it, and I did touch it. The impact of QE has had an effect, has shortened, has lowered the time. Okay, I'll try not to be confused myself. I think I've described the impact of the QE. All euro area country government bonds are being purchased, except Greece, and also the bonds of supranational governments. Why not Greece? Because Greece is not an investment grade country. That is that. So I'm going to move on to my fourth point, which is the differential performance of different euro area countries. Just shown curve of long-term interest rates, which showed you that there are quite a lot of differentials in the money markets, but there are also differentials in the overall economic recovery. And I'll talk a little bit about the stressed countries, and then more generally about differentials in the euro area. This, of course, could be a topic of a whole morning. I just want to pull out some things that you might not be aware of. Two facts here that I think are not right. So why have the fortunes of crisis countries different? There are lots of reasons, but I would pick out two. One is kind of conventional, well understood, what you will see in the speeches of authority. Some countries there was a political acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation and the viability of the solutions, various solutions that were offered, some viable, some non-viable, and they chose the viable ones. That's the conventional. But I think there's also an important point. There were technical differences. The forecast of differ in their accuracy. So the technical handling of different countries' crises was different in its sense. This is an almost uninterpretable graph because there are too many things in it, but it's all right because I'm going to, if I can touch this machine, to strip out a few countries from this so that you can see what's going on. But what this chart shows is, with solid lines, it shows you the actual performance, GDP relative to the start of the program for each of these crisis countries. And the dashed line shows you the projection that was made by the lenders and by the country authorities at the beginning of the program. So that one is too complicated to see all those countries together. So let me just show you Greece and Ireland, strip out Cyprus and Portugal. Yeah. So what this chart is telling you, and of course there are a lot of other things going on with it, but what I interpreted it as saying, that the forecasts for what could be achieved by the Irish economy at the time the program was negotiated in late 2010, the green lines there, were pretty accurate. So the lenders said, if you do this and this and this, you'll get that growth rate. And the government did this and this and this, and it actually got that growth rate. And the gap in the case of Greece is so wide that I do not think it's credible, and I think most observers would agree with this. It's not credible to say that, well, they'd only done what they said, and they didn't deliver on all the things. I think the forecasts were just wrong, and Greece could not have achieved those dashed lines. So that's an important difference. If Greece had been told, actually, you do all those things, if you do all the things that you actually did do in the end, you're going to end up at 15%. 5 years down the line, you're going to be 15% lower than you were at the start. Well, I think they wouldn't have done it. And they would have had a renegotiation, they would have restructured their debt earlier, and so on and so forth. So there's a technical flaw in the management of the program. And for the other, I'll just show you Portugal. It's an intermediate case. Portugal forecast not so bad. Portugal delivered what they did, but they didn't. They're quite a bit below what was hoped for. I want to show you, that's crisis countries. I just want to step back and show you a few other countries. I just show you two more charts, or maybe three. On another dimension, and maybe this will be a little bit of a challenge to Eric coming up as well. On another dimension to economic performance in the crisis, and that is the employment rate. I always look, for Ireland, I always look at the employment rate as a measure of the overall economic recovery rather than GDP, because GDP is very distorted in Ireland because of the role of the multinational corporations and their profit distribution and so on and so forth. So I start to look at this and I look at it in comparison with other countries, and we find a few interesting things. I think it's quite instructive. And here I've just pulled out euro area as the dotted line. Germany is the best performing euro area country, and so it's a reference against which could we catch up with them. And I have Finland in there. I don't know why I put Finland in there, but anyway, there it is. And it's a good, well-performing country in the crisis. Onto the crisis, after the crisis, it doesn't dip as much as the two other countries that I've shown, and then it's not recovering quite as well as, it's not recovering as well as Germany. And the other two countries in this one, and I'll show you the other ones in the next, Ireland and Greece. Ireland, you see a very, very sharp and dramatic decline in the employment ratio in 2008 and 2009. It's an early, it starts to fall well below Lehman's, well before Lehman's. And then the recovery is reasonably strong, but even though everybody thinks Ireland is doing really, really, really well, and of course it's doing very well, but it's still below the peak. It's still actually, in terms of the numbers at work, it's still, I think, 7% below the peak. Well, peak was an extraordinary peak. And then you see Greece, and you see again there's some recovery in Greek employment ratio, but very, very far down. Now the other one, added in, this is why you mentioned that, and Eric might have a comment on this. We think the US did very, very well. It handled the recovery extremely well. It went to QE early, and it got delivered a lot of the goods on the financial markets, and it held that policy for as long as it was necessary, and it's just starting to exit now, and I have to hand it to them. And the GDP growth rates, if I showed you GDP growth rates, they'd be better than Germany, but not in employment rates. So that's interesting. I don't know, the curve doesn't go on beyond 2013 in that particular series, you know, but when I compare it to other series, it doesn't really improve that much after that either, so that brown line for the US suggests that, you know, same, more or less the same as Finland. So maybe Eric has an explanation for it. My last chart, which I won't say too much about. This one I like. This shows you the percentage fall, the fall in the percentage employment rate again, from the 2007 peak. All the European countries there. The orange line shows you the fall to the present, and the white line, if you like, shows you the maximum, peak to trough. Greece is the worst. Peak to trough, 22%, 21.something%. And it still hasn't recovered that much. It's still 16% below the peak. These are the latest numbers, then 2015. Latvia was second. Ireland, no, Spain is next after that. Ireland after that, and so on and so forth. Finland, see, didn't fall very much. It didn't recover as much, still below the peak. And a number of countries, Germany, fell a lot, but recovered fully. EU 28, when you take in United Kingdom, Poland, Sweden, they're above the previous peak. It's a very interesting chart, and we can go on and on about it. I promised at the end to say something about what else could be done by the ECB if needed. I think I've more or less run out of time. The ECB has taken step-by-step additional monetary policy measures. In my mind, it's not so much, yes, QE has lowered the whole level of interest rates, it has flattened the yield curve, and it has shrunk those risk differentials. But each of the steps that's taken, am I really surprised that it hasn't caused a bounce back in inflation right onto the target? Not really, because we are very much constrained by the lower bound of interest rates. ECB has lowered interest rates below zero. I was very nervous about zero. Something technical stuff could happen. You know, I've read all the literature, but there not much practical experience about what happens below zero. So we did it very, very carefully, and it's okay. The money market has survived, and so it pushed down now. 10 basis points, 20 basis points, 40 basis points could go lower. Yes, they could go lower, but I think they will do other things first if they need to. They'll buy different types of things. Already, very recently, they announced to buy corporate bonds, and they'll start doing that in a few days' time. They could do other things. They could buy equities. So there are other things that they could do. We could have a whole session of helicopter money. There are other things the ECB can do. It's not but it has not achieved its target yet, and that's very important. And it must keep on doing things until it reaches its target. By doing things, even if they are of small impact, things that are hard to do but have small impact, that proves to the market that they are determined to get back to the 2%. And they've got to keep on doing those things, even if they are diminishing marginally. We sometimes hear people saying, well, their diminishing returns are setting in, as if that was an excuse for doing nothing. No, it's not an excuse for doing nothing. It means that you actually have to do more. If you have diminishing returns, you've got to do more of it to get the result. Thank you.
We have
one discussion here for the general discussion, and that's discussing the sixth and Korkman. I just mentioned that he has a long career in government service and International Organization, Bank of Finland, the Ministry of Finance, OECD, and in Brussels in the Council of Ministers. And he's also an academic, publishes very widely. And most recent years he has interestingly started to write sort of, not popular, maybe I should call semi-popular books that explain the economics to the great public. 60.
Thank you, Seppa, and good morning to everybody, and thank you for the invitation to this seminar where we have been listening to two excellent presentations, one on a success story of a sort for the United States, and the second one on Europe, where I think Patrick Honan summarized it by it has not delivered quite what we would ask for and expect, so I think it's not such a success story perhaps at this stage. As happens sometimes in conferences like these, I literally get the material very much in advance, which in a way makes life easier for me because then I will make the comments that I feel pertinent for the matter at hand. Secondly, I'm not really an expert on the matter, which also makes it more easy perhaps for me to comment because ignorance is sometimes something which facilitates making comments, so you have to take very good account when you listen to me. I will not focus so much on quantitative easing, at least to begin with, but I would like to talk about the broader context in which we have need for policies such as the quantitative easing, and also because I think the big picture is indeed important, interesting, and a source of concern, and the fact that we're talking about quantitative easing so much is just an indication of the fact that we are deep in trouble and having great difficulties with the situation. I will end, though, with some comments on quantitative easing, where perhaps now ignorance may come in, but when looking at what's written and told about it, I have the impression that there are some worries that one might give voice to, that there are diminishing returns perhaps to quantitative easing and several problems, collateral damage associated with it, not least in the European context. So I will have perhaps some doubts in the end. The big picture is, of course, one of a terrible economic development. I think it was pointed out somewhere recently that if you look at the United States and you compare the development from 2007 to 2018, then the development is as bad or worse than it was in 1929 to 1940, the Big Depression, measured by GDP development. So the overall development has been very weak. And in Europe, it's much worse. If you take development from 2007 to 2018, it's much worse than was the case during the Great Depression. And this is associated then with increases in inequality, which have raised a lot of concern that the middle class feels betrayed or frustrated because expectations and aspirations can't be met for jobs, for security, for wage development. Technology and globalization are advancing and changing the world in ways which are difficult to understand and adapt to. We have a lot of information about this, but it's not always so easy to absorb and interpret that interpretation, which makes people indeed frustrated and angry, and then you look for someone to blame, like foreigners, the European Union, the economic and political elite. We have this kind of process in both the United States and in Europe. And in fact, Mario Draghi recently in a speech gave expression to the concern that populism is making it more difficult to achieve the kind of structural reforms that we would need and the backing for fiscal discipline that we would need in order to put our house into order. On the other hand, the Financial Times recently had an editorial where they reversed the argument and said that the failure of the elite or the failure of those responsible for macroeconomic and other economic policies in our countries are to some extent a cause of the strength of populism. Well, be it as it may, there is anyway the point that we have multiple problems, and the fact that we have a persistent, at least in the case of Europe, lack of aggregate demand at a sufficient level, that certainly does not help, but rather makes everything much worse. There's also the problem that policies that would generate the level of demand which would be beneficial for the overall developments in Europe are conflictual politically, because there are different views of creditor and debtor countries or they have different interests and therefore different views. Well, how to approach this? One of the many things I liked in the recent book by Mervyn King, who was presenting his book here in Helsinki last week, is that he said that what happens in the world You could say it's depending on individuals, institutions, and ideas. Well, I'm not going to go into the individuals, even though I think that central banking is an area where certain individuals, heads of central bank, really can influence developments much more than generally is true in society. That if you look at what was the role of Alan Greenspan, of Ben Bernanke, perhaps to some extent Jean-Claude Trichet, and now Mario Draghi, I think these individuals really do matter to some extent for overall developments. But still, institutions and ideas are more important. And of course, we have a very powerful idea in the form of the central bank, independent central bank, inflation targeting of the central bank, and the other roles that the central bank is fulfilling, an idea which I think most of us still believe is extremely important. Also, the details here are important. I think Eric referred to the dual mandate of the Fed, which is an interesting difference as compared to the ECB, which has a more, in a way, straightforward or simple-minded focus on inflation as the only target, really, or as the lexicographically primary target. We have a second set of institutions, which is the EMU, which is consisted of ECB, the Euro, and certain fiscal rules, to put it bluntly. And you might ask, what are the ideas behind the setup of the EMU that we operated with? And the answer to me seems to be that all you need is price stability ensured by an independent central bank. Secondly, you need fiscal rules and fiscal discipline. And third, you need wage flexibility. In a setting where you have flexible exchange rates, capital mobility, and you have deregulated to some extent the banking system, as was the case 15 years ago. And this setting has been associated with a lot of problems, partly because we don't have the price and wage flexibility in our countries that would be needed to make the system function well. Secondly, because fiscal discipline is not without problems in all circumstances. And the fiscal rules are therefore also problematic, as was famously stated by Romano Prodi many years ago, when he accused the Stability and Growth Pact for being stupid. There is a recent paper by Gerald Carlin and Robert Inman, which was presented last week in a seminar here in Helsinki also, where they pointed out that based on analysis of the empirical analysis of US experience, state-level expansion fiscal policy does have a positive effect on economic development in that particular state, but it also has positive spillovers on neighboring states and other states. And secondly, federal-level government action also has a positive effect when we're talking about fiscal policy. And third, matching, that is, that the federal government may give incentives for states to increase their expenditure in critical areas, might be an effective route for internalizing the externalities, for making state-level spending higher than otherwise would be the case. All of this may be relevant in the sense that fiscal policy could have some role, but it's pretty irrelevant in the context of the EMU, because we don't have an institutional setting which would really allow such things to be done. We are sticking to the fiscal rules, not least the ECB, which has been quite tough on this matter and unwilling to embrace expansion fiscal policy, except for a country like Germany or such cases where you could have clearly identified fiscal room, even though even Germany doesn't fulfill the rules of concerning the gross debt level. Well, there is a wide debate, as you all know now, about fiscal policy, with arguments put forward by the IMF, the OECD, by Larry Summers, Mervyn King, many others, that actually there would be a case for certain kinds of expansion of fiscal policy in a situation that we are now facing. Anyway, and then we have the problem that we have not been able to respect the no bailout rule. But all of these problems are getting worse if we cannot maintain a sufficient level of aggregate demand on the euro area as a whole. And therefore, what we're talking about is now, when we're talking about quantitative easing, is that we would like at least one of the conditions to be fulfilled for the euro area to function properly, and that is that the overall level of demand should be proper. Then there are other problems, like the differential developments that Patrick were referred to. They can't be solved with the aggregate level of demand only. They need additional action in order to have differential effects on countries that are in different situations. But anyway, the point is that we have not been achieving satisfactory levels of aggregate demand for years by now, and we have not been achieving a satisfactory level of activity, not the rate of inflation that actually would be compatible with the mandate of the European Central Bank. And there I think one should take a critical attitude to. It's not acceptable. I think the bank should be as vigilant when there is an undershooting of inflation as when there is an overshooting of inflation. In fact, I think it should perhaps be even more vigilant when you have undershooting and with the risk of deflation becoming a reality. So quantitative easing is no doubt justified. There has been a case for it for years, and I think the US was right to enter into it very early. There is a case for it here and now. It can reduce the level of interest rate, it can flatten the yield curve, it can reduce premia in the interest rates. All of this was pointed out by Patrick just a moment ago. So I have no quarrels whatsoever with that. But the effectiveness, I think, then, of quantitative easing is perhaps not a foregone conclusion. There is a lot of positive evidence, and I think both Erik Rosenberg and Patrick Conahan do take the view that quantitative easing is effective in taking down interest rates, flattening the yield curve, reducing risk premia, and also then having a positive effect on aggregate demand. And Erik showed a number of graphs giving empirical observations compatible with that hypothesis. And there's a lot of other. There are articles, recent research by Clay and Leandro in a Bruegel contribution. There is a paper by Michael Woodford, Brad DeLong, etc. And in fact, Patrick Woodford in particular argues that quantitative easing has a positive effect on economic activity and is associated with less collateral damage, less negative effects on financial stability than alternative policy measures, such as reductions in interest rates or relaxation of macroprudential concerns. But there are also those who find no significant effect of quantitative easing. I'm referring to recent writings by John B. Taylor, who also refers to a paper by Belke, Gross and Osowski, which was in fact presented a very, very short time ago in an international conference, and which come to the conclusion that quantitative easing does not have any demonstrated significant effects. Be that as it may, I think, and I think Erik perhaps referred to it, that quantitative easing is more likely to have a positive effect on economic activity if it's pursued very strongly, if it's open-ended, if it's conditional only on its success in achieving the target, and if it's well communicated. And I think all of this may have been true in the case of the US. I think all of this is pretty different in the case of the euro area, where admittedly the situation is very complicated because the government papers of various countries do not all fulfill the same risk requirements. I do think also that it's widely agreed, I believe, that there are diminishing returns to quantitative easing because as long-term interest rates decline, then you can't lower them very much more. You already have a situation now in the world that we have government debt yielding having a negative yield of 10.4 trillion, 10.4 thousand billions. And for instance, on German bonds, they have negative yield up to 7-year maturity. In Japan, even to 10 years maturity. In such situations, I think it should be acknowledged that there may be a case of diminishing returns, which indeed some people have been emphasizing. I think also that there are harmful, potentially harmful side effects of financial stability, even though quantitative easing may be less problematic in this sense than some alternative measures. But banks and other financial institutions may run into difficulties if there is indeed a totally flat yield curve in terms of their profitability and successfulness. If quantitative easing is successful, then above all it lowers interest rates, it raises asset prices, and it makes those who are rich even richer. It does in fact contribute to inequality, which is not a concern for the European Central Bank, because the European Central Bank has other targets. But those people who think that inequality has become an increasing problem all over the world might find this an unattractive side effect of quantitative easing. Then Larry Summers, I think, asked a pertinent question that what do you do in the next recession if interest rates are close to zero already when they get to it? Maybe this will not be the case in the United States, given that they are now exiting gradually the situation of extremely low interest rates. But in Europe, we don't necessarily have that perspective. We might easily run into a new recession in the next 2 years, and then we are in deep trouble because we don't have the scope for reducing interest rates by 4 to 5%, which has typically happened in recessions. So So I think it's a good question which would you'd like to have some answer. Mervyn King, that I referred to earlier, is very, very critical indeed of these policies, and he refers to this paradox of policy that many measures which are helpful in the short term are very, very harmful in the longer term. And for him, quantitative easing is a way of bringing forward demand from the future to the present, but in order to continue on this road, you need ever stronger doses of stimulus, and it will lead to even higher debt levels, and therefore he sees a self-reinforcing path of weakness which is bad for expectations and confidence. So some people, very knowledgeable people, are indeed quite skeptical of the possibility. And then finally, this is part of a currency war, because one of the most important mechanisms for quantitative easing to have a positive effect is by driving down the exchange rate. And that clearly has been one of the objectives, for instance, of the European Central Bank. I fully accept it, but globally speaking, that does not necessarily help. It did help in the 1930s, because when everybody was pursuing competitive depreciations, then the outcome was that interest rates became lower, so it had an expansionary effect indirectly, collectively. But that's not possible now when interest rates are zero or as low as they can get everywhere. So then you can have competitive depreciations, but those will, in a way, nullify each other, and you don't get the bonus of interest rate declines as a consequence. So all this raises the question that what would you do, what else could you do? And Patrick referred to helicopter money. I'm not going into it, and Eric talked about negative interest rates and was skeptical with regard to their possibilities. But anyway, we would need clearly more expansionary macroeconomic policies, not only for generating a high level of activity, but also for creating conditions in which structural reforms can be fruitfully implemented, because clearly the recession is one of the problems. So my conclusion then, in a way, is that there is certainly a case for quantitative easing, given the weakness of aggregate demand, which has been a serious problem for Europe and for the euro area for many, many, many years by now. And I think one might criticize the ECB, which is not very much publicly done. I think central bankers often complain that they are subject to unfair criticism when in fact politicians should be at blame. I do think we are all blaming the politicians, but I do think that it's unacceptable that the rate of inflation has been declining for 5 years in a row by now in the euro area, and is hovering around zero, and is expected to come up to close to the 2% level only by 2020. That's not good enough. It means the central bank is not delivering, and it seems still one of the few institutions for which we could expect it to be able to deliver, given that it has a governance structure which makes effective decision-making possible. Secondly, the quantitative easing may well be the best alternative available to us, because negative interest rates, we have come to the end of it. Helicopter money is not legally and politically a feasible path. Fiscal policy is not really easy to engineer in Europe. We could pursue more intelligent policies, but quantitative easing is indeed quite an important instrument, and therefore it should be pursued more vigilantly. It should have been, I believe, introduced earlier. It should be pursued with greater determination, and has so far been the case. But even then, I think that there's no guarantee that it will suffice, at least in the case of the euro, because of diminishing returns and possibly because of the negative side effects that we have. So I don't know where you would end up. I think the institutional setup that we have is deeply problematic. And we have, of course, these different political interests between creditor nations and debtor nations, which are difficult to reconcile, so there are a politically conflictual situation. And maybe somehow we are, I refer again to Mervyn King, that maybe on the level of ideas we are not really on clear water. We don't have a shared, clear vision of how Europe should deal with the situation in which we are. So what we are doing to some extent is perhaps still kicking the can down the road in a way by doing a little bit more quantitative easing. Of course, the caveat to all of this is that the economy seems to be recovering. So we should, I think, pray that indeed the recovery will be strong enough in Europe for the situation to alleviate and the set of policies to become something on a sustainable footing. Here I thought I would end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have now about 15 minutes for the discussion with the speakers, including 6 to
audience better. Okay, who wants to start?
My name is Hubert Roman from University in Sweden. I have a question, and mainly to Ed, but also to this lady. My question is, what about the importance of timing when it comes to quantitative easing? Because I think that the United States has been starting earlier, at an earlier stage than the others. And has that played a role when it comes to the evaluation and possible success of quantitative easing? The starting point, so to speak.
Let's collect, say, 3 questions, and then who wants to go second? Close.
Continuing the previous question, maybe to Patrick, the ECB went a couple of years later than the US introducing QE as a monetary policy tool. What, in your opinion, is the main reason? Is it the fact that in Europe we don't have a single sovereign issue, or is it the fact that the monetary policy, fiscal financial transmission is very different from between Europe and the US? The role of banking sector in continental Europe is really dominating, whereas the capital markets is the dominant feature in the US. So the ECB's aim to go via the banking sector was indeed a different approach, but do you think what is the main reason for that? Thanks.
One more question, Vesa.
Vesavik, Research Institute of Finnish Economy. You mainly were talking about monetary policy, of course, given the theme today, but then you also referred to some extent to fiscal policy in explaining why things have gone different badly in Europe. Now my question actually to all of the speakers is, when we saw a deviation between the US and the EU or Euro area growth performance that took place in 2011 and 12, 13 perhaps to an extent, until that time the recovery was pretty much the same in these two regions. And what happened was, of course, the financial conditions deviated very much. There was quantitative easing in the US, while there was some tightening of monetary policy in Europe. The euro crisis hit Europe, and that was only alleviated after the OMT promise, and that took place gradually. So if one looks at these things only, one might believe that indeed it was the monetary policy or the policies by the central banks which were the determining factors. On the other hand, there's a lot of talk about fiscal policy, and in Europe in particular, many people are claiming that bad fiscal policy in 2011, 12, or 13 were the cause of the European problems. So I would like to have your views on the relative merits or importance of fiscal and monetary policy. Just noting one observation on fiscal policy. 2010 and 11 fiscal tightening was pretty much the same as far as I could see in the US and Euro area on average. And in 2013, as a matter of fact, US tightened fiscal policy more than the Euro area on average. So we come to the question about, with Patrick Conran mentioned underlying the differences between member states. So would you please comment on that?
Okay, so we wants to start.
Okay, I'll start. And I'll just make a couple comments on the other 2 presenters who I thought did a very nice job of highlighting various issues related to quantitative easing. Patrick showed a graph on employment, and I think it's really important in the United States to demographically adjust the data when you look at employment data in the United States. So I was born in '57, I was the end of the baby boom. My kids are just entering the labor market, and so where are the 2 areas where labor force participation is the lowest? It's people just entering the labor market, and it's people that are just leaving the labor market because they're retiring. Because of the baby boom demographics, that's one reason why we've seen the labor force participation rate fall so low. And if you demographically adjust the data, we're basically where you would expect to be if you demographically adjusted. So I don't know the pattern in Europe as well as I know the pattern in the United States, but I think with the demographic adjustment, it's not quite as much of a puzzle, and actually looks a little bit like the unemployment graph. We're much closer to full employment when you demographically adjust the overall employment data. I thought Sixten did a very nice job of introducing fiscal policy because, well, that wasn't a motivation in terms of all of our conversation. I do think that we've been asking monetary policy to do too much. And the mix between monetary policy and fiscal policy in the US, Europe, and Japan arguably was a bad mismatch. And we should have asked fiscal policy to do a lot more. If we had fiscal policy doing more, we wouldn't have had to ask monetary policy to do nearly as much. So I do think that it's an interesting political economy question why around the world, not just in one part of the world, we were so unable to actually get fiscal policy to engage in a way that would have probably limited some of the damage that occurred. And the final point that Sixten made on financial stability, I think that's the financial stability discussion is actually something that really has to wait until we fully exited from accommodative policy, because it's just too soon to know what the financial stability implications are going to be. In the United States, I'd say in many asset markets, it doesn't look like there's a significant problem now. The one area that I would highlight in the United States where it's a little more questionable is commercial real estate. So if you look at commercial real estate prices, particularly on the East and West Coast, commercial real estate prices have gone up quite rapidly. And so I think we'll have to see how the exit goes and whether we actually do end up having some financial stability issues. In terms of the timing, I actually think that it's really important to be quite aggressive early on, because the more aggressive you are, the less likely you're going to have to do as much. And actually, when we did an open-ended QE, it was far more effective than when we tried to limit the amount. So I think actually being very aggressive from the outset makes a big difference to how successful the program is going to be, as well as trying to time it to actually do it early in the process, not to wait too long. In terms of the transmission mechanism, I would say the transmission mechanism in Europe ought to be actually stronger than in the United States. You have more asset classes you can buy. The credit spreads are much wider across the euro area than they are in the United States, both geographically and across different asset categories. And so you would actually, I would expect that QE would be more effective in Europe than it would be in the United States, where we didn't have the same kind of geographic dispersion that you all have. And we were quite limited in the assets we could buy, since we had to buy assets that didn't have any default risk. We couldn't deal with the spreads in the same way that Europe or Japan have been able to do. And finally, in terms of the timing in 2010 through 2013, one of the reasons we didn't just have QE1, but we had QE1, QE2, and QE3, is I don't think we anticipated the headwinds from abroad. And in particular, I'd say we underestimated the headwinds coming from Europe. And when those headwinds were much more severe, we ended up we had more headwinds that forced us to do more than we were anticipating. In retrospect, maybe having a little more forceful initially would have meant we had to do less overall. But I think a lot of people were not forecasting what was happening in the rest of the world at that time particularly effectively.
Okay. Yeah. So also, hit a few of the points that are just first of all on QE, neither of us spoke about the inequality, but Sixten raised it as suggesting that it's a slam dunk that QE worsens inequality. I don't think the evidence supports that. In fact, if I read some of the literature, even coming from economists are very concerned with inequality, and who may have started out with the idea that this is not the best way to reduce inequality. I won't mention names if they don't come to comprehensively. At most, a very small adverse may apply, because yes, of course, rich people who happen to hold long-term securities see the value of those holding them. But that's one element to what QE does. It also delivers reduced unemployment, which is a huge effect on inequality. So even those who are hostile to QE on inequality not be able to find much evidence. Now, are there other things you could do which would have a better pro-equality effect? Yes, you could. For example, you could have fiscal policy measures which were twisted in the direction of reducing inequality, and those, if supported as implicitly they are by continuing QE, that's a dimension sometimes called helicopter money, which has to be taken into account. Now, what we haven't had in Europe is any kind of fiscal response to the easier interest rate conditions that have been created as a result of QE. There are countries in Europe that have a lot of fiscal headroom that could use that fiscal headroom for measures of demand expansion, which would help. The problem, of course, in Europe is that it is very fragmented, and the countries that have fiscal headroom are not necessarily the countries that also have the weakest aggregate demand situation. That's clearly the case, and we don't have mechanisms for ensuring that the fiscal demand that's increased has its impact in the relevant areas. I think one of the challenges we have in Europe around this whole area. During the crisis, it has been very challenging to balance these issues of we need more aggregate demand, yet we have a number of countries absolutely losing market confidence because of their debt levels. So in my own country, I face a situation where you say there needs to be more aggregate demand in Ireland, but we cannot use the government's credit is run out. October 2010, we cannot use any more government spending. Now, that situation has reversed. The question of should QE have been introduced earlier, or why was QE not introduced earlier? A number of dimensions to this. I do think that the perception in Europe has been that if the banks have sufficient funding, then that's all we need in the financial markets to get things moving. And the banks always, right through the crisis, had unlimited access to central bank money. Short term up to 2011, you get your money for a week or a month or 3 months or 6 months, or long term, 1 year, and then you realize actually if banks want to get involved in a lending relationship, they want to be assured of access to liquidity for longer periods, and the VLTROs, 3-year money. So there's always a bank focus, and the perception that long-term interest rates moving up and down, there isn't much happening in the bond markets to pick up and benefit from that. Although I think we already see in the bond markets in Europe, in response to the ECB's decision to go and buy corporate bonds, and you see a lot of issuance in the last couple of weeks or months of that. There's the other dimension to the hesitation about QE, hesitation about buying government paper. And this goes back to when you set up a multinational, supranational central bank, not answerable to any government, answerable to Parliament, but not answerable to particular governments, you have to be super sensitive about the use of a bank's resources to support governments, and it's written into the treaty. So every time the ECB has taken steps around government, it has required a very strong justification. So the SMP program in May of 2010, that was driven by this argument that transmission of monetary policy had to be smooth throughout the European euro area, and it had been impaired by the loss of confidence in sovereign debt or certain issuance, and that this was a driving justification, not accepted by everybody, but accepted by a large majority, that government paper could be bought. The government paper of the weakest countries is it's more radical measure than the current buying weak currency, weak sovereign debt. Subsequently, then in 2012, the OMT program, nothing ever bought yet. Why? Credible. Justification, fragmentation and break-up risk. I can't remember, there was a euphemism used now, I forgot what the euphemism was, but it was break-up risk. And We will not, remember I said, we will not let the euro break up, we will buy government paper with it. Don't worry, we will just buy the stuff, and you will get lots, huge losses if you speculate against that. It's a big justification. Should we now, in March 2015, what's the justification? The justification is big undershoot of inflation. If the central bank is for anything, it's for inflation. It's a big justification for QE. It needed strong justifications, so that's why it wasn't introduced earlier, because there wasn't a strong justification, for example, for inflation. Where there wasn't justification for weak currencies, they bought weak currencies. Where there was justification for the breakup risk, said, okay, we'll buy this stuff, there's unlimited resources available to buy this stuff. I think that is the background. It does show how the multi-country central bank situation creates challenges of governance decision making that are we didn't even think about them when we were designing in the 1990s.
Well, very briefly to Ruben's comment on the timing issue, that I think we all would agree that it would have been happy if the quantitative easing would have been introduced earlier, because there are lags in monetary policy, and in fact the 2011 decision by the ECB to raise interest rates was in retrospect not a very fortunate one. I think, like Eric, also that it matters how you do. If you do it in a way that you have a very determined kind of action, which is open-ended and which is conditional only on success in raising inflation expectations or inflation, then you're likely more effective than if there's a lot of conditionality, as is the case in Europe. And this brings me to the question that the transmission mechanism, which Eric thinks is more favorable in Europe for effective QE policies, I somehow doubt, because it's inconceivable that we would pursue unconditional quantitative easing policies without taking into account the fact that all government paper is not of equal value, so to speak. So that's why we ended up with the statement anyway, with the kind of conditionality. But also the determination is illustrated by the fact that the July statement 2012 by Mario Draghi did make such a difference for market development. I think otherwise, if you are too hesitant, if there's a lot of uncertainty, then the risk is that maybe you can drive down the interest rates, but it won't necessarily trigger increased investment. And I think it's doubtful that indeed we have had such a strong effect on investment, even though interest rates have come down. On Vesa's question, which I think is a broad one, why do we have a better development in the United States than in Europe? I guess he partly answered it himself by pointing to the fact that there are no great differences in fiscal policy. I think that's true. We understand why you can't pursue expansion of fiscal policy because many member states have such high debt levels, and because there is not a coordination mechanism which would be needed in order to make it meaningful for individual member states which don't get the benefit of the positive spillover, so to speak. We have coordination problems. Why they didn't pursue more expansion of fiscal policy in the United States, I don't know, because there is not the same problem. So it would have been feasible, their motivations are not very different. But I think the answer, and I think Vesa might agree, is that basically the United States addressed the banking crisis, banking problem, early on and forcefully, while in Europe we were just sitting and we didn't even stress test the banks, and once we did, it was a lousy stress test, and today we haven't taken serious action to redress the banking situation. So I think that's the main culprit for why we are deep in trouble. Partly also, we may come back to the fact that we were too late in the quantitative easing and had less determination for it. I agree with Patrick on the inequality issue. As long as we believe that quantitative easing really does drive down unemployment, then I agree that's the most important mechanism.
So one more comment on inequality, because I think it's an important issue, and I completely agree with Patrick. So I find actually the inequality argument an unusual one, because when you think about what we're doing, we're trying to push interest rates down. So who's going to be helped by lower interest rates? Debtors are going to be helped, and savers are going to be hurt. So who are the debtors? They tend to be low-income individuals, and who tend to be the savers? They tend to be high-income individuals. So in many respects, the major mechanism for using quantitative easing actually should work in the exact opposite direction. And I completely agree that the one thing that not only destroys income but destroys wealth is a spell of unemployment. And so to the extent that you believe that you are changing the aggregate demand, to the extent that you think that the unemployment rate is going to come down more quickly, I think that it actually makes a huge difference that you act aggressively, and that the income inequality argument, I think, is actually completely incorrect as a criticism of quantitative easing.
I think we have to stop now. Our time is up, and we move to the next session. Thanks for the speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start my introductory notes with a quote of a statement which Warren Buffett made a few months ago in his letter to investors. He wrote, "If there were only a tiny probability that God really existed, it made sense to behave as if he did, because the rewards could be infinite, whereas the lack of belief risked eternal misery. Likewise, if there is only a 1% chance the planet is heading toward a truly major disaster, and delay means passing the point of no return, inaction now is foolhardy. Call this Noah's Law. If an ark may be essential for survival, begin building it today, no matter how cloudless the skies appear." Before the climate summit in Paris last December, according to common view, international climate conferences were considered as a series of disappointments. And this was because no climate agreement was reached. And it spread the sentiment that mitigation of climate change, it appeared to be on hold. However, this was not so. During past 2 or 3 years before Paris, the change in attitudes and ways to act surprised with its strength and speed. Change was proceeding under the surface due to new knowledge and due to new technology. And what is interesting, this all took place with no policy guidance. Okay, what I mean with new knowledge? One is that we have learned that losses due to climate change, they are not in a way only those ones which create sexy headlines, but rather they can cover countries like they had done. Let's say so the estimates of welfare losses and economic losses generated by climate change, they have increased radically. And just to give 2 examples, drought in Vietnam at the beginning of this year, it took out some 4% of Vietnamese GDP. In Zimbabwe, the effect was minus 12% on their GDP. Very special climate events have been emerging. Just a few months ago, we saw a superstorm in Fiji Islands. All-time highest wind speed, 82 meters per second. It created huge losses there on the island. And just to think about, let's think about Finland. What would this mean? In Finland, according to our estimates, a wind of 20 meters per second, it creates great damage to forests in Finland. And forests in Finland are very important for our economy. Think about storms with just half of the speed which we have now seen in Fiji Island. Furthermore, it's not only in a way climate-based. An additional source of losses is mortality and illness implications related to emissions. According to some estimates, China loses more than 10% of the level of its GDP due to these kind of problems. Russia, 8. Germany, 5 or so. And this all indicates that this is part of the story where we see that losses are larger than we used to think of just a few years ago. The second driver in the process has been that estimates of mitigation of climate change, they have declined radically. And this due to technology. On the left-hand score, you see the cost of energy created by wind. It has fallen from 2009 by 50%. What about solar panels? The price of energy created by solar panels, it has declined by 80% since 2008, 99% since 1976, and we are in a situation where using these kind of sources for energy, it's not anymore more expensive than to use, for instance, coal. And we are, and there is no doubt that this process is proceeding also in the years to come. It's clear that the share of these sources, solar and wind, of total global energy use, it's still tiny. But if you look at what's happening there, in the last 15 years, you have seen 7 doublings in the amount of solar energy. In the past 15 years, you have seen 4 doublings in the use of wind-based energy. And this is a process which very quickly will make this also important sources in a way in global level. The new technology related to batteries, it will support this process. In addition, our understanding where to concentrate, it has been improved a lot. New climate economy report, published 2 years ago, the first version, or 1.5 years ago, the first version, half a year ago, the second version, India tells politicians, you should concentrate on urbanization, land use, energy systems. In the next 15 years, global economy will grow by more than half, and 1 billion more people will come to live in cities. If you do these things and conduct this process wisely, we have a chance to reach the 2 centigrades climate goal. If we just continue business as usual, it appears that we will reach something like 4 centigrades increase. The most urgent policy change needed is to reduce subsidies for fossil fuels. They amount to something 600 billion per annum. Subsidies for clean energy, they are around amount to 100 billion. So there is a huge discrepancy in which is expensive and which is less expensive alternative. Investors, their risks have become more apparent, and this is due to discussion. It started with the discussion of carbon bubble. Some 3 years ago, Carbon Tracker Initiative, a British-based think tank, calculated how much there are greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The second calculation was how much more can there be in the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere before this 2 centigrades goal will be exceeded. And Then they calculated how much greenhouse gases would be produced if all the known fossil reserves would be burned. And the conclusion was that around in the budget, only this is the total known reserves. In the climate budget, we have this amount, this space. That is, some 70% of known fossil fuels will be left unburned. And the process which creates this kind of results, we don't know how it goes, but it will be more or less inevitable. Actually, if you look at the awareness of actors, international organizations, they have been awake for at least 10 years. Insurance companies, reinsurance companies, they are awake. They are calculating all the time how much more how much they should increase the insurance fees in different areas. Investors, they are waking, they are about to wake up. We will hear later in the session one representative describing how it goes in practice. Credit agencies, they are waking up. Guardians of financial market stability, they are awake. Governor of British Central Bank is one of those. G7 countries have ordered a report on how risk related to climate change will influence the stability of financial market. More and more companies are awake. We will hear later in the session an example of this. Politicians. As I said, that so far, a lot of these processes have taken place without clear policy guidance. Could it be? But when we consider the COP21 in Paris, I have the feeling that it gave much more than I would ever expect. All governments appear to take climate change severely, a very important signal for all actors. Common rules for measurement, they are achieved and they will be approved. Checkpoints have been defined, which indicates that we are in a process of considering frequently where we are with the speed of climate change, but also where are we with mitigation policies. Actually, if you look at, this is a story of, this describes a particular organization in my country, in Finland. 31 companies and cities, they have formed something called Climate Leadership Council. The companies, they cover almost 50% of total Finnish stock value. All these member companies are represented by their CEOs in the Climate Leadership Council, and they in a way jointly strive for better understanding how to behave in this surrounding with rising risks related to climate change, but also to changes in climate policy. There is an association called Myrskyvaroitus Storm Warning. It has created something, or published something called the Citizens Climate Pledge, which is in a process of becoming a kind of prototype for a similar kind of activity of the United Nations. It has been signed by 3 living presidents of the country, leading politicians, high-level decision makers, company leaders, spiritual leaders, artists and sportsmen. And if you look at the whole issue from the point of view of investors, I think it's enough, it's sufficient to admit that climate risks which are faced by different industries and asset classes, they cannot be equal. They cannot be equal. And just this simple notion indicates that it makes sense to take these considerations, include them in your investment or target function. Rudiger Dommus, late great economist, sometimes said, in economics, things take longer to happen than you think they will. And they happen faster than you thought they could. My bet is that as far as, in a way, these climate issues and reaction to them, as far as they are concerned, we are living in this kind of period. And now it's time for me to introduce to you Mats Andersson. He's the CEO of an important Swedish pension fund, AP4, and he's also famous for actively promoting sustainability in their strategies and profile. So now we see how an important player adjusts their strategies to those challenges I have just described. Please, Mats.
Thanks for that introduction. Thanks for inviting me here. My name is Mats Andersson. I'm the CEO of AP4, one of 4 public pension funds in Sweden. We manage some 40 billion US, and we have a very long-term mandate. We're supposed to allocate capital on a 30 to 40-year horizon. I will come back to that and how we actually try to make use of that in terms of creating more returns. And I will also give you some thoughts on how we have tackled mitigated climate risk. Thank you. We have a long-term return target of 4.5 real return over time. Now a little bit about AP4. We are, as I said, a public pension fund. Our philosophy is based on 4 beliefs or 4 management cornerstones. Number 1, we are a long-term investor, and as I said, we're supposed to have a horizon of 30 to 40 years. The reason for that is that we're supposed to be neutral in between generations. If it was my own money, I wouldn't mind taking down the risk, but I'm sure that my kids, 27 and 25, would like to ride the equity risk premium over the coming 30 to 40 years. And by being a long-term investor, we need to take sustainability into account. I think that long-term you cannot be successful unless you have done that. Sustainability is a way to drive returns and lower risk, and I will give you some examples of that. Thirdly, as been mentioned already today, I believe that individuals create returns, not models. I think that our industry has been too much focused on models rather than individuals. At AP4, we have never allocated money to asset classes. We prefer to find individuals that can give us good returns. And I think the only true diversification you can get is actually diversifying your decision making. Last but not least, we have a commercial approach. We ask what's good for the pensioner, and over the past 5 years we have given the pensioners a return of 10% per annum at the cost of 10 basis points. According to the law, we're supposed to take environmental and ethical issues into account without compromising on the goal of best possible returns. When I came to AP4 10 years ago, I thought that was impossible. I thought that it was okay to actually give up a bit of return to become a good citizen and a good investor. I've changed my mind completely, and I'll come back to that. What is sustainability? In my world, it's the three letters E, S, and G, but it all starts with a G. Governance is part of sustainability. Governance is important. Governance is a way to drive returns. Let me give you an example. I am, as a Swede, used to the Swedish model of governance. It's a very much a owner-driven model, where the shareholders form a nomination committee, they interview the board of directors, they interview the CEO, they try to find the best possible board of directors, and they, in a transparent way, will disclose the proposal well ahead of the AGM. And at the AGM, you have a real vote on who's going to be on the board, and it's only non-executives. And the most important thing for the board is to hire and fire the CEO. This is a model that has worked out pretty well. We, as a pension fund, engage long-term owner. We are on 26 nomination committees in Sweden. We have a dialogue with about 150 companies. Over the year, we can actually make sure that sustainability, that climate change is put on the agenda where it belongs at the board level. We can compare this model to the US model of governance, where the board actually appoint themselves, they evaluate themselves, and they remunerate themselves. I think it's a poor model. I think that companies in the US actually have been hijacked by management, and I think that's a far worse model than the Swedish one, and it's more driven from management. When I was out speaking on the Swedish model some years ago, a professor from South Korea came up to me and said, interesting about the Swedish governance model. Do you know the owner structure in Samsung, an excellent company? And I said, no. It took me 2.5 years to figure it out. Here it is. So if this is what it looks like, I don't know if we as owners actually know what we own, and can we make sure that the 100% in profit actually comes to all the owners? I'm not sure. So again, I think that governance matters, and if you look at rolling 10-year returns, Sweden has outperformed by between 500 and 700 basis points per annum, and I think that the reason for this is it's a better owner and governance structure, and that actually gives you over time better returns. Now to the main topic for today, climate change. And I wasn't aware, we didn't really get into this until it was 5 years ago. I have an old mentor, an Hungarian guy, who started to ask me how I, as a long-term investor and running a pension fund, is taking climate change into account as a risk. And I said, I don't know, but it is a risk in the first place, and honestly, Laszlo, we're not doing anything. And he kept on pestering me on questions on this. So I decided to actually take a trip, and I visited 10 pension funds in Europe and US. And I asked them about risk, and they all described the risk in terms of volatility, in terms of financial risk. Then I asked them about what's your exposure to climate risk? And it was complete silence. They didn't have a clue, so I had to go back and then try to figure out a way to measure it and a way to mitigate climate risk. It was mentioned, the speech of Carney, I will leave that. So what we did that day before, I have some clever colleagues. They took the S&P 500, asked Trucost, the external consultant, to do the carbon footprint for all the 500 companies. And then we excluded the worst polluters. We did that on a sector-neutral basis. And we took out 150 companies out of the 500. And by doing that, we had a tracking error compared to the 500 companies of 0.7, 0.8. Actually, we got the same underlying returns. But the carbon footprint went down by 50%. I.e., we have a free option that carbon is mispriced, which I strongly believe. So we have lowered the risk in the portfolio, and we still get the same returns. So I went to the board and I asked them for a mandate to invest 200 million US in this strategy. And they had a lot of tough questions, like can you guarantee, and are you sure, what if, etc. But at the end of the day, they gave me the mandate, we invested, And after 1 year, the strategy had outperformed the underlying index by 100 basis points. So that was the first proof that this might be something that could be applied in a broader scale. So I went back to the board, and they were more positive that time. So in the past 5 years, we have set a global approach on decarbonizing our portfolio. We have decarbonized 50% of our equity portfolio. We've lowered the carbon footprint by 30% in doing so. And we have the target and objective to actually do 100% of all equities before 2018. And encouraged by this, we also formed a coalition, Portfolio Decarbonization Coalition. It was announced at the climate meeting in New York 2014. It's founded by us, the French asset manager Amundi, CDP and UNEP 5. And we promised in New York to get 100 billion of pension capital globally that should be put into decarbonized strategies, and that should be done before the climate meeting COP21 in Paris. And we did some traveling and did try to encourage pension funds to do decarbonizing. And in my view, I'm agnostic. I don't care how you do it. Just do it. Go from just thinking and measuring and come to action. Whether you divest, whether you engage, whether you decarbonize, whether you invest in renewables is up to you. But do something and be transparent. So PDC managed to get 26 members. We have 3.2 trillion US under management, and 600 billion has been put into different strategies to decarbonize and tackle the risk of climate. And since inception at AP4, we have managed to extract 200 basis points of extra returns by using this. So we have lowered the risk in the portfolio. We have at the same time enhanced our returns. So my conclusion will be that we know enough to act. We will not be the solution, but we can be part of the solution as a long-term investor. This is a way, again, and I need to stress this, is a way to lower the risk, enhance your returns over time. So this is time to act. I think time is running out, but there are ways to tackle this risk long term. Thank you.
Thank you much. Next speaker is CEO of one global company, SKF, Finland. That's a company which produces ball bearings to almost anywhere where there are produced anything which moves, from windmills creating wind energy, and in particular, Formula 1 cars like Ferrari, which Kimi Räikkönen is driving. So, Vesa Alatalo.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It's actually very nice to be here because on my normal day, I actually say quite often that it would be nice to have one economist within the group of engineers, and hopefully it's working vice versa. So having one engineer here within the group of economists. Thank you for the good introduction. Besides of the Formula 1, Ferrari, we are also very good partnership with Ducati, if there is a motorcycle person sitting. Sustainable value creation in practice. I'm going to tell you how we at SKF are trying to address this challenge or opportunity. Yeah. SKF is a globally operating company employing around 50,000 employees. We have our own factory operations in 24 countries and 115 locations. It's a Swedish company, and our annual turnover is around 7.4 billion euros. We are world-leading manufacturer of industrial components like bearings mentioned here, but also seals, mechatronics, condition monitoring systems and services. Climate change. We know that it's happening. Consumers are reacting and acting to this climate change, and businesses must follow. Industry changing. By 2050, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 80 to 90% in order to stay within the 2C target. That's a huge, huge target and huge tasks for the industries. Of course, we all know the energy sector is under the biggest pressure, but all industries must do change. For SKF and our customers, the sustainability is a mix of emerging risks and opportunities. In SKF, we want to see this more as an opportunity than a risk. So how we can claim that we support this transition and help our customers to support? SKF Care defines what sustainability means to SKF. Business care, environmental care, employee care, and community care. This is a framework of how we operate. Business care is built on a strong customer focus, which is of course the foundation for the sustainable result. Environmental care is shown by deploying systematic actions that reduce environmental impact from SKF and our suppliers. But more importantly, to provide, innovate and deliver products and solutions that our customers will improve their environmental performance. Employee care is about providing a safe and respectful work environment and overall well-being for SKF employees. And community care is about SKF local presence. As a global company, and includes all activities SKF does that contributes to social development of the societies the group is part of. As you can see here, between the business care and environmental care, you can see the name Beyond Zero. That is our trademark and a strategic approach to addressing the challenges and opportunities presented by the climate change. Beyond Zero climate strategy has two sides. As most of the companies, SKF looks what we can do to reduce the negative environmental impact from our own operations. This is nothing new. This is most of the companies are doing. But what is quite unique and even more important, that we are looking for all possible opportunities to increase customer solutions, enabling better environmental performance. So it's all about reducing the negatives from our own operations and increasing positives through customer solutions. Let's look a little bit more on this customer side of this strategy. The Beyond Zero portfolio consists of customer solutions with significant environmental benefits. Basically, we have two options to achieve and provide positive environmental impacts for our customers. Firstly, we design solutions which in their own provide significant environmental benefits. These are called designed for environment. Here an example of the most common ball bearing, which in our design we can save 30% energy consumption compared to traditional bearing. Somebody calculated that okay, the one bearing is not too much, let's say the effect is not so much. But if all the small size electric motors will be equipped with these bearings, we can save, if I remember right, 4 nuclear power plants. Secondly, we can apply SKF solutions which enable positive environmental impacts through its application. These are called applied for the environment. And here is an example of stop and start system, which we have a very unique position and important role to develop that to the main automotive manufacturers. Here is a couple of examples from our automotive business area. SKF is the market leader in hub bearing units. We provide technologies that help our automotive customers to reduce weight and friction of the wheel end. Reduction of friction, weight and size reduce fuel consumption and enabling less CO2 emissions. Demand for these solutions is driven by new or similar CO2 limits. And here you can see, for example, 3 different examples where, for example, weight is reduced by 30%, 10% for quite basic component like the flanges, and then the friction, reduced friction by 20%. Timo mentioned about the solar energy and wind energy. While many of us is knowing about those, but there is another renewable energy sources, like here is hydropower. Very interesting, very demanding application, but it's a very good opportunity as well. As said, the biggest CO2 source is energy production, and therefore we need to invest in renewable energy technology development. The key is to reduce the cost of energy to a competitive level. Like in all these kind of projects, and the collaboration and support from different stakeholders like governments, academia and business is vital for further development and commercial solutions. Nobody can do this alone. Good example of an applied for environment solution is the development of a new LEAP engine. This new engine type will impact significantly to greenhouse emissions coming from the aviation industry. 50% less NOx emissions, minus 5% fuel consumption, and significant noise reduction. Let's look at the other side of this strategy, our own operations. Our energy performance in SKF operation is summarized in these two graphs. Energy use compared to 2006 has been reduced in absolute terms by 17%. If you compare that to our revenue, the energy and CO2 efficiency has been improving a lot. SKF has grown its business by some 40% since 2006 without growing its energy demand. And you can imagine producing the bearings is really energy requires a lot of energy. Next few slides I will show some practical examples how to do that. Here is an example from Pune, India. This factory has been there since late 60s. This factory has been there late 60s. Under the sun, day after day. Why not put some solar panels on there? Generate some electricity from the factory and stop using the power produced by dirty coal-fired power stations. And we did it. No, need some power also to change the slides. We, just a couple of months ago, we installed a solar panels to that roof. And now we are, and the installed capacity of those solar panels is around 1 megawatt. In this case, the solar energy saves a total around 1,200 tons of CO2 emissions per year. In this case, SKF did not make the investments. A project developer raised the finance with the green funds and completed the installations. SKF contribution to make this happen was simple commitment to buy the energy produced for a defined period. This gives SKF a significantly lower unit cost than buying from the grid. And now we have done the same same kind of installations to other factories in India. Some high-tech, 5G, improved efficiency via latest mobile telecommunication technology. The 5G technology presents a great potential to improve our efficiency in many ways. From a cost perspective, of course, but also from an energy and environmental perspective. For example, being able to monitor and react to changes in energy and resource consumption in real time is really the key to avoiding the waste and driving improvements in this production line. Again, impossible for us to do this our own. We need the businesses, academic and governments collaboration to get this off the ground. Early in the month, we announced a partnership together with Innova, Ericsson and Salmers, and together we will run a 2-year project to implement this at the Gothenburg factory. This kind of partnership will give us a competitive advantage, of course, but it will also give us a lower environmental impact and help to lead the way for other manufacturing industries to do the same. All strategies must have the targets, and these apply also for Beyond Zero. Beyond Zero climate strategies take a value chain approach. As you can see from the slide, we have targets for our raw material suppliers, our own operations, logistics, and then the customer solutions. This set of targets has been set in 2012 and will end the end of this year. And as you can see from here, for our suppliers, we have reached our targets. So all our main suppliers have been certified against these ISO requirements. In our own operations, the target was to save 5% in our energy use. We have achieved 17% already, and there is 1 year to go. These numbers are from the end of last year. In transportation, because that's of course a big part of our operation, the trucks are driving and the planes are flying all over the globe. Our target was to reduce 30% CO2 emissions. There we have still the way to go, so we are at the moment at the level of 18%. Customer solutions. Our target was to create a new business by 10 billion SEK. Around 1 billion euros. And there we have still to go as well, so we are around 6 billion level. So this year is very interesting because now we are setting the target for the coming years. Everybody's talking about the climate change. It's a kind of mantra, it's happening now, but this is nothing new for us. And this is quite interesting. This is the ad. I don't know if you can guess which year it's actually this time. It's from 1980. This ad is saying that on that time the most common solution, plain bearings used in this running the machine, it requires 18.5 kilos plywood to get the energy for this machine. By using the SKF bearing solution, you can do the same energy by firing only 2.8 kilos of plywood. This ad, in fact, there's a quite nice story behind of this, but when we published this ad, we still have the letter somewhere in our museums or somewhere archives. There was one lady asking that because she understood a little bit wrong with this message, because she thought that this bearings in the middle of the picture is something new that you can put on the fireplace and burn. So she asked that, okay, how many bearings I need to cook my meals and so on. But we have been there. So the conclusion, what sustainability means to us. Sustainability is integrated in our business thinking. We see that it can contribute to the long-term success of the business. And as you can see this from our targets, we have a clear target to create a new business. And of course, for companies, we are making money, we are making profit. And this is important also that at the same time that we can contribute to saving our environment, we can create a new business. We have acted and will continue to act to make our business more and more sustainable. But there are some issues where no matter how committed an individual company is to principles of sustainable development, it's not feasible for businesses to address alone. And this is where partnerships vital to progress and scale. And I think the financial part is very important also in the getting this development in the right direction with the base it needs, because we have to be fast. SKF will show there is an own web page for that if you want to get more information about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vesa. The well-known privilege of the chairperson is to pose the first question, and it goes to Mats. It's well known that in a way, to invest in our sustainable companies, it tends to be profitable. But can you clarify why it is so? So in a way, one could argue that one hypothesis would be that when investors, when even a minor amount of investor will flee from non-sustainable, so in a way there the demand of these stocks will decline and it helps and it pushes down the general index. The other thing is that other view could be that companies like SKF, which is concentrating on sustainability issues, are planning all their strategies more carefully and better forward-looking. So which is the dominating factor?
I really don't know, but I have a thesis for this. First of all, I think that when we go for the most carbon-efficient companies, I think that they, as you said, I mean, they will probably look after the rest of the business in the same proper manner. So this is actually a way to find the good companies, and they will probably do, again, whatever they're doing in the same way. The question you can put is why aren't more investors, long-term investors, looking into sustainability in one way or the other? And I think the answer is that we have a tendency, or I think that 90% of all pension capital today is evaluated on a yearly basis. And on a yearly basis, sustainability is a random factor. But by going to be a long-term investor, you need to put this on the agenda. And unfortunately, you have regulation like Solvency II, etc., that are actually making the long-term investor become a short-term investor, which is a tragedy in itself. And then we know that Mark Carney has put it, he talked about the tragedy on horizons. How can you invest today when you don't know when it will happen in the future? But I think, again, the low-carbon indices that we have been introducing over the past 5 years is one way to actually tackle the horizon, and it's a mainstream and scalable product. But again, back to your first question, I think if you look for good companies, they will look after all these challenges in the same good way. And SKF is a good example. And I would like to add on SKF as well. I mean, it starts with your boss. And Tom Johnson, who actually started this some 10 years ago, he's been very, very dedicated, and I think that culture is still there, even though he's left.
Other questions? Joni and then Hubert.
Jouni Keronen, Climate Leadership Council. So I have a question to Mats, but also you all could address. So my feeling is that quite often when we talk about risks, we are talking about carbon risks, and more specifically the investments for the companies who own the coal mines. But in reality, like it was in your picture, Mats, this bell curve, you had everything there: divest, decarbonize, invest. And also we have seen these big changes happening with the coal industry. But it's also relevant to upstream, downstream, oil, same thing, gas, same thing. There's also the countries who are kind of dependent on the fossil assets. Then in the climate side, all the assets which are lower than 2 meters from the sea level are at risk. Then businesses vulnerable to storms, floods and droughts, agriculture, water supply, forests are at risk. We may have biodiversity surprises coming in a quite near future. And then vulnerable countries with like island states. So I've been kind of interested to follow what happened with Vanuatu refinancing, because that island was destroyed last year. And in Asia alone, in the same kind of conditions are living close to 1 billion people. So when the storms are hitting these kind of places, what will happen? And then on the other side, when the money is leaving the risky part, the climate risks or the carbon risks, where it's going. So that makes, from my perspective, almost the whole portfolios somehow vulnerable for these risks, but it would be nice to hear your opinion, Mats, and also Timo's and Vesa's.
Okay, quite a number of questions. I think that one take is when you look at the climate risk, I think it's a global risk, and global risks need to have global solutions. And what we can provide is, actually, we are the long-term owners, so we cannot do and find the solutions. We can be part of the solution. And I think that if there is one way, or one silver bullet, it's actually putting a price on carbon, because that will immediately penalize those companies that don't look after the carbon footprint, and it will sort of support those companies that are more efficient. And that's actually what our strategy is aiming for. At some point in the future, we'll get the carbon price. And at that point, that is the really time when our strategy will work out economically. So when it comes to countries, I mean, it's not our task to really address that. It's for the politicians. And my experience over the past 5 years has been that companies like SKF, like IKEA, like H&M, like Unilever, they are far behind us as owners. But we are doing the catch-up game right now. You have cities and you have regions that have been dealing with the climate risk for very many years. And then we have the national politicians that I think are not on the train yet, and they want to come there, and then you need to find some kind of global governance system that can tackle not only the climate risk, but all the risks that we have that are global, and most of them are today. And I don't know what the answer to that question is. Then I think that what we can do with our strategy is actually, we will make the efficient companies actually get a lower cost of capital. When we started it, we started with 200 million US. Today, there are billions going into this strategy. So it will actually make a difference in pricing and a difference in valuation already today. And at some point, I think all investors need to take this as a serious risk. And risk for me is the risk where permanent capital loss. Volatility is nowhere near a risk that I would like to measure, but I mean, that's where the industry is today.
Hubert.
Yes, I have a question to make the chairman allows to both of you. I try to make it very briefly. First question to Mats about you certainly heard about the discussion in Sweden, which was very much launched by the former vice governor of the central bank, that part of the financial crisis had been too high expectations of returns. Something in the range of 15-20%, and that also emerges a lot of short-sighted decisions, and could also, that's my question to you, if this is true, if you believe in that theory, which is, I think, partly right, not completely, but at least partly right, that this is damaging in a way, let's say, the investment and in the environment, that it may be become a little bit more difficult, this kind of short-sighted wishes of a very high return by the stock owners, shareholders. My question to Vesa is little bit in another direction, and that is about, you know, I've been many times to China, and many times I also heard in China that smaller countries, they don't have these very large, specialized companies dealing with the environment and so on. And it's always, and in Sweden, I know that the large companies like SKF and many other large companies, they have to try to get to a real, let's say, environmentally friendly profile and launch the environment their own way. But it's then you get to the smaller companies in a way, a little bit more directly or indirectly. And often also smaller companies join the large companies and get to presentations and things like that, for example in China. Do you think that is a way to move forward, to do it not only by specialized companies but also smaller companies in many cases? Is it a good idea to involve small companies but let the larger ones to let's say, put it that way, impress the Chinese, to put it that way, a little bit badly expressed, but if I can make these words. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That was a very good one. So I fully agree that all these changes need somebody to lead. And the big company, we have to take the responsibility to lead this change. And like mentioned in my presentation, that we have also an approach to look through the whole value chain from our suppliers. And of course, normally those suppliers are smaller ones and quite local ones. So yes, we have also quite a big manufacturing footprint in China or some other emerging countries, and we have to really take our responsibility to lead our thinking through the whole value chain. We can see actually in China there is a lot of actions ongoing now because there are indeed troubles, and the people are also reacting there as well as here in the developed countries.
And Hubert, on your question on are the return targets so high that they will actually make investors more short-term orientated? I don't believe that. I think that I always ask companies with return targets of 15, what if you lowered the return target to 10? Would you invest more? Would you expand more? And say, no, I mean, this is where we are today. Long term, it is unsustainable to have returns on equities of 15 and 20% when you have no inflation. But that will adjust over time, believe me. Then the big challenge is to get companies to become long-term orientated, and I think you need to start off with the owners. We are the only part that can actually give the mandate, and when we meet companies in Sweden, we tell them to focus on your 5-year targets, report every quarter by starting off with your 5-year horizon and what you've done to be closer to that or more apart from it. And I think it's easier in Sweden to play that role, and again in the US. How on earth can any investor at all have a say on who's going to, if you're not allowed to even have a say on who's going to be on the board, then it's far harder to actually get these very, very critical issues to where they belong again on the board level. In Sweden, we're happy to have the investor, the Wallenberg family, that can actually be the long-term owner and can actually set the targets not only for the coming quarter but for the coming 5 and 10 years. And I think that model is the preferred model for us.
Thank you. We might have time for one more quick question, if there is. Okay.
Is it possible to make meaningful progress without the cooperation of the United States Congress?
Good question. I mean, I'm not a politician, but what I'm asking for and what I think should be addressed is the question of a price on carbon. And I can say that it's actually been some improvements. I mean, the COP21 in itself is a huge success. When you listen to Obama today and where he was 8 years ago, I think things have changed. I think it's deeply immoral what we're doing today, because we are polluting, but we're not paying for it. We're selling this bill to our kids and grandkids. And at some point everybody needs to understand this, and then we need to pick up that bill here and now, and that will actually be the biggest driver to make this world sustainable in terms of climate change. I don't know if that's the answer to your question, but
Okay, thanks Mats, thanks Vesa. It's time for lunch.
Okay, we are ready to start the afternoon session, and the first speaker is Erkki Liikanen, Governor of the Bank of Finland. I could give you a long introduction or a very short introduction. I think I'll go for a very short one, which is that he has been Governor of the Bank of Finland since 2004. So he is in his second 7-year term and is one of the most experienced members of the Governing Council of the Euro system. I think that should be helpful. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sepp. Great to see you, Eric, here, and Patrick. You know, Patrick leaves, so others will become older and older. But my intention is to go through actually four issues. First is just talk a little about growth and inflation outlook globally in your area, and then go through the ECB monetary policy alphabet. I remember when we went to America a few years ago, we had always this alphabet soup of Fed on the table, so I'll pay it back now. We go through what do these measures mean. And third, about transmission, because our toolbox is a little different, transmission of channels, they have impact there. And finally, talk a little bit about supervision and macroprudential policies, because that's the area where there has been a big change. Whenever we were in Jackson Hole and somebody asked for Peter Google replied on this question about supervision, they looked at Eric Rosengren in those meetings. So I want to little explain how the system in Europe now works, because that's a big change since 2012 when decisions were taken. On the growth outlook first two big pictures. When we look at the world today, it's pretty complex, but I come to the political side later. But what are the issues we are following? Start from the right, China, slow economic growth and structural change are the big story of last year. Bank of Finland forecast has been very close to what happened, but I mean the market expectations were not the same. So it has been followed carefully. Perhaps there was more uncertainty in the end of February when we had the ICE meeting, G20 meeting in the summer, and now, but still it's big change. What is the impact on commodities prices? Because China is moving from exporter manufacturing goods export to service direction, and the direction then the demand for commodities is more limited. Its impact on prices, especially not so much of quantities. Europe, we have a big discussion about too low prolonged inflation and about risk of inflation. US, big question of this last time has been normalization, monetary policy. I heard that they spoke about it, then emerging economies which are feeling the impact of all of these. So in the economic area, there are many issues to follow at the same time. But when you go to politics, it looks more difficult, isn't it? I had on the left side a special title for America, but I didn't dare to put it because we are in a difficult territory. But let's see Europe, Brexit, the agenda, refugee situation, which linked to one of the biggest geopolitical problems for decades, linked to the Middle East, when those borders which were drawn after the First World War, after the Ottoman Empire fell to pieces, have been put into question. The states like Syria, Iraq, Libya are having existential challenges, and they have direct impact on refugee situation. Global climate change, there was a great agreement in Paris, but it's very clear that in the long term, that is the issue, which is deep impact on the economic situation also. Mark Carney, Bank of England, as well as FSB have been working on it. So the impact, the fastest impact comes through the risks in the insurance sector. And then we have US and Europe, which are not always totally dissimilar in political language. If you see this rising populism, which often includes opposition to immigration, free trade, very much there's a rising risk of introversion. We follow American political debate today. We have really heard it before somewhere. And of course, if all this will be realized, political changes which have deep impact on the economy could be seen. I just to say that we central bankers normally give lectures to politicians. You should solve your own issues. Let's be a little modest. There are many on the table at the same time. Well, let's come to the economic situation. Here are figures for China, US, Euro area, and Japan. You see that actually Euro area recovery has been broad-based. That's the blue line, and pretty close to what we have had in the forecasts. But of course, in the long term, you can't make sustainable growth only by monetary policy. Every decision maker must do their part, especially implement structural reforms which increase competitiveness and productivity in various countries. But still, the big picture has been more positive from the growth aspect. Challenges on the side of inflation, and really last year, Euro area inflation remained at 3%, which is the lowest average annual outcome since the start of the monetary union. In May, flash estimate was 0.1. Of course, the slow pace of inflation has mainly reflected the low price of oil. But of course, we need to see if it will be impact also on the other areas. I come back to that. Look at the I prefer computer. How can I get it back? Can you? Computer is so simple, but Professor Honkavoja can help us. Okay. As to long-term inflation expectations, this picture you all know well. I come back to the growth forecast. Your area, we got new figures from the ECB staff projections last week. 2016, 1.6. There's a revision compared to March by 0.2%. 1.7, 1.7. It's not that bad when you look at the growth potential, but inflation figures are the reason for concern. We then come to the monetary policy. ECB's monetary policy has been exceptionally accommodative for prolonged period. I want to go through two major decision dates. They were January 2015 and March 2016, and then come to last week. These are our measures with our alphabets. OMT 2012 was the great speech of Mario Draghi, which was translated into policy actions. OMT program, which was later also confirmed to be respecting the EU treaty by the Court of Justice. For guidance, we started 2013 when the tapering discussion in America became topical just before, by the way, Basel meeting at the end of June, and then we had our own policy meeting in July. We started targeting long-term refinancing operations 2014 to banks, and have reached had the second round of these actually starting this month. Covered bond purchase program has been in toolbox since 2014. ABS, only 2014. We went, let's say, to the public sector area in January 2015. And the last element, which will be launched this week actually, starting this week, is the corporate sector purchase program. So that is the toolbox in Europe. In January, we started the expanded asset purchase program when Euro area, ECB Governing Council decided to start to buy sovereign bonds, also bonds from government agencies and European institutions. That was, of course, a very important decision because when you move from private sector assets to public sector assets, the scale of assets was enlarged, essential. And what was important there in that decision was that Governing Council was unanimous that this decision respects the treaty. It belongs to our mandate of monetary policy. Of course, we have always have different opinions about the timing and scale, but this measure as such is in line with our treaty. Second important part in that decision was forward guidance, and then there are two important parts which are both critical. One is that we decided that these purchases are intended to be carried out until end September 2016, but it continues. It doesn't end there. Will in any case be conducted until we see a sustained adjustments in the path of inflation consistent with our inflation aim. So when we're discussing at lunch that whether it's open-ended or not, you must always look at the second part of the sentence because that is the commitment. That is forward guidance, that's the commitment, and all these bits and pieces are part of that commitment. Here in Finland it means that when we have a decentralized implementation of monetary policy, it also is true with the purchase programs. Bank of Finland is buying mainly Finnish government bonds. Those bonds which are from European agencies, from European institutions, there the risks are shared. Then 2016 in March, 3 months ago, we had the second important step, which included measures in 3 areas. First were with lower monetary policy rates. Key interest rates are now at zero, and deposit facility rate minus 0.40. We enlarged the purchase programs to 80 billion a month and including also non-banking banking sector corporations. And this starts this month. And actually Bank of Finland has a role to play there because Governing Council nominated 6 banks which are acting here as agents, and Bank of Finland is one. The reason is that we have been investing in corporate bonds for a long time. And the third decision was to launch the second series of targeted longer-term refinancing operations, TLTROs, in June. They are also for 4 years, and we'll be able to get the interest rates as low as the rate on the deposit facility. So the 3 elements: monetary policy rate lowered, we enlarged the purchase program to corporate bonds, and also expanded the amount to 80 billion, and we launched second targeted longer-term refinance operations where the key decisions of March. And how does it look in this table? So here we are now in June 2016, and these commitments take us to March 2017. But as we have said, if needed, we go beyond. Last week, we reconfirmed the commitment and the 2 particular decisions, which I also want to explain. We reconfirmed that purchases are intended to run until at least the end of March 2017, or beyond, if necessary, until inflation is on a sustained path towards a level below but close to 2%. That is critical reconfirmed last week. And also the forward guidance on monetary policy was reconfirmed, and it says that in view of the current outlook for price stability, the Governing Council expects the key ECB interest rates to remain at present or lower levels for an extended period of time and well past the horizon of asset purchases. Of course, this element which came later here, the asset purchases. So I think these 2 slides tell the core of our monetary policy today. Of course, there are still concerns. And the concerns are, here, first issue is that in this environment, it's very important, it's crucial to ensure that the very low inflation environment does not become entrenched in the second round effects on wage and price setting. That's first concern. Second issue is then that the Governing Council will closely monitor the evolution of outlook for price stability, and if warranted, to achieve its objective, will act by using all the instruments available within its mandate. I think this tells that, yes, growth outlook has improved, it's broad-based, but there's a concern with inflation, and we are ready to act. We monitor carefully, and we are ready to act if needed. How has the transmission of monetary policy worked? First, we discussed also at lunch on the negative rates, forward guidance, and asset purchase. If I show you 3 slides how we think it's working. First is a cut in monetary policy rates lowers short-term money market rates. It pushes the curve down from the beginning, when it's 0 or below. It has the same, of course, it goes the same direction. Forward guidance moves the expected short-term money market rate further. It has a strong impact, of course, also. Here, strong impact on the short rates, there is impact on the expectations. And then the asset purchase, they depress long-term interest rates. Which means that the whole yield curve is having an impact from all these 3 measures. Low rates, negative at the start, deposit rate at the start, forward guidance, and asset purchase. I saw that Eric had a comment on negative deposit rates. Of course, that is an issue which has been discussed, and there are limits to the use of negative deposit facility as a policy instrument. But still, I must say, on balance, the positive impact for your area as a whole is still dominating. Negative money market rates reduce the cost of funding for many banks. The lowering of yields for several assets produces capital gains, and the support to the recovery reduces impairment costs on non-performing loans. So, as part of the total, the impact has been positive. If we go then to the channels, and I saw some more data on the issue, of course the accommodative monetary policy has impact through various channels. It lowers real interest rates and eases financial conditions in the economy. The interest rates at the low end decline, financial conditions for companies and households become easier, and securities price rise. And higher expectations mean lower real interest rates. And we have seen also the corporate and household confidence improving. European sovereign bond yields are at very low level today, and of course that's been one impact of the monetary policy. You have seen the correction last year, which has been also widely studied, but still the level is very low today. If you look at the bank lending rates, the transmission of monetary policy has improved throughout your area. The lending rates have been falling both for corporates and households throughout Europe. And there has been also improvement in bank loans. Figures are still not high, but of course trend is the right one. When ECB Governing Council announced the corporate bond purchase programs, we saw the spreads narrowing. They have remained on that level since. Now we are, what day are we starting this, Elisa? Wednesday, so it's day after tomorrow when we start buying the corporate bonds. And then again, a few words about the banking union and the responsibilities of the ECB. I was in Brussels in the early 1990s when internal market was put in place, and the question often was in people's minds, why not banking union now? Why not a single supervisory mechanism? And the reason was simply that there was a complacency. People thought that they had not seen bank crisis for a long time. They said we can well handle our own financial institutions. But when we had seen this crisis, I would say that in 2012 the heads of states acted strongly and vigorously when we started to put in place the banking union and its various pillars. What is ECB's role in this all? First, on the left side, green one is the monetary policy where we have unique role, we have a mandate, it's not contested. Then there's another area where ECB also operates. Financial stability is traditional, but nowadays also macroprudential policy. And then, since we established the single supervisory mechanism, also bank supervision is in the family of ECB. Why there? The treaty has the limits. The treaty can't give new competencies to new institutions. It must be connected to the existing EU institutions. And for that reason, the resolution went to the Commission, even though it's relatively independent, but close to Commission, and supervision was given to the ECB, but it's relatively independent. Outside this, there's a European Systemic Risk Board, where all EU countries, EU central banks participate, chaired by Mario Draghi, and deputy chairman is Mark Carney. And the other supervisory authorities also are EU-wide. They also participate in ESRB. How do we work with our monetary policy and supervision? This structure is intact. There has been no change there. The banking supervision is next to this. Separate building, separate bodies, supervisory board, which includes the national supervisors, 4 independent members. Deputy chairman is from ECB, chairman is Daniel Louis. And de facto, this acts very independently. But due to this legal constraint that we can't delegate full powers to a new institution, there's this kind of non-rejection principle in the EU, so the ECB. So the ECB Governing Council has a final say yes or no. De facto it works so that we have not interfered in the details. But we are close, information works, but to my mind it's pretty independent. We, Bank of Finland, we have a system where we have the same, in the same family, so-called public company, we have Bank of Finland supervisor, but the decision-making structure is separate. I don't even have a formal say, my deputy is the chairman. In ECB is different in the sense that the governing council can in principle reject, but it has not happened. So the ways to operate are very close to each other. About macroprudential policies, the main responsibility here is with the national authorities. Their responsibility is to detect the potential risks of systemic character, and they should take measures which are timely, bold, and intrusive. And of course, all national authorities should have a toolbox which function. The ECB's role is that we can add up in certain measures. So if there's no action or action is not sufficient, ECB can take decision. Not yet happened, but it's possible. For this, what does this European Systemic Risk Board do? It gives system-wide, EU-level guidance on systemic risks to prevent them and to mitigate them. I must say that I have found this ESRB important body also for the reason it has been able to create good scientific advisory group where we have, let's say, major research experts in Europe and also from America from time to time who get the latest state-of-the-art scientific input also in decision making. But it's really the task is that they can make the collective use of central banks and supervisory authorities and then issue warnings and policy recommendations after this. What are the macroprudential tools? And I finished here. There are 2 types of tools. First, we have tools which are directed mainly at financial institutions, such as the counter-cyclical capital buffer, which comes from the Basel, implementation of Basel Treaty, and then capital buffers for systemically important financial institutions. So these target the institutions. And the second type of tools are those which target at the borrowers, directly to them, and then such as loan-to-value cap, loan-to-income cap, debt service income cap. So in these 2 major areas, our toolbox are being established. Why ESRB is important is that gives a possibility to compare the state of art. Do we have sufficiently broad toolbox or not? Should we do something more to be, if we need, when problems emerge? For instance, in Finland, we carefully try to follow the development in the other areas. If you look at the last point, of course, if in your markets a branch operates in the field of lending, for instance, for housing, you can't put requirements for the banks if headquarters are abroad. Then your focus must be more on the borrower-based tools. But thank you. I finish here and I'm ready to reply to any questions. Thank you.
So let's have a question from the audience. Maybe stay at 3 at the time and then answers. Start.
You made the comment made the comment, Governor Lippman, that you were chosen as one of the 6 banks because you've experienced in investing in corporate bonds. For us from the United States who aren't used to this, maybe you can give some background on it.
Well, we have been.
That you have experience in investing in
yeah.
corporate bonds.
Yes, I mean, of course, we have our own reserves, our own buffers, and we want to invest this money in the way that we can get return, keep the real value. So we have been buying highly rated private bonds for years. When did we start? We have Elisa figure. It's been
That was already, I think, in the 90s.
in the 90s.
Yeah.
But we have mainly for a long time bought only foreign corporations. Since crisis also from Finnish corporation for a certain period. But now we treat them all equally. So that we have the people who are experienced in doing the operations. We always require investment grade from the international companies, and it's very much in line with what ECB is doing. So we will buy investment, but the corporate bonds with investment grade, and so it comes very close to what we have been doing here. Of course, we are buying on behalf of many banks this time. With six banks in this operation, but the rules are the same for all countries, and of course risks of this program are shared.
Hi, I'm Janne Pele from Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund, and earlier today we had a session touching upon climate change and climate risks. So in your opinion, would you consider this to be systemic of nature, and if so, who would have the responsibility of making sure that there is a monitoring and assessing framework in place for climate risks? Would it be asset managers with their fiduciary duty, or then should we have a regulator taking a stand on this one? Thank you.
I didn't get the first sentence. Climate risk. I think that's a huge issue. Actually, a green newspaper was visiting at the bank last week, and they said, "When did we start to take policy measures through markets for climate issues?" It was actually 1988, when the first taxes based on CO2 content of the production were established in Finland. I happened to be this at the time. That's a long story. But on this climate change today, of course, it has impact on some financial institutions. They say if this kind of major disasters become more frequent, I mean, even in this country, when electricity cut off, it's very often due to these natural disasters. The question comes whether they have been properly insured or not. If they have been properly insured, and risks are more frequent, may be a problem for insurance companies. So it raises financial stability concern. And the outcome is either you must ask for more capital for those, or sometimes these insurance companies start to limit the area of operation. I think that aspect of the insurance system is important. And FSB, Financial Stability Board, has been working in these fields. I don't have any, let's say, ready-made reply to the issue, but that's certainly an issue of common concern and growing attention. And it's been in the agenda in our meetings for some time. Now, Eric can tell more what's happening in America. The second area is that when these kind of commitments and obligations become more broad for specific companies who have production with high energy input, it's clear that it can impact also their market values. And for that reason, can have also impact in the financial markets. It's something also to be followed. I wouldn't put that to anybody's particular responsibility, but I would say that all serious policy makers, policy level, supervisory level, must keep an eye on those matters. Third, of course, which is even more the longer term matter, is that if this kind of development continues in a way which is not controlled, there are areas which will be dry up. I was chairman of the Red Cross for some years, and in that capacity I met people from Africa who were following areas where they couldn't anymore keep cattle because the grass was drying up. And when cattle left the area, then people also left quickly after. So this kind of dramatic uncontrolled climate change can have impact also on population movements, which could be in the long term something we have not seen. And there are also areas which land will drown under the sea. I would say these three aspects are important. It's not, let's say, the first issue of the monetary policy area. Of course, in the issues of stability, it can be medium term very important, and more coherently and actively the policymakers can implement the agreements in Paris on climate change. Better for all, because then you can phase in actions needed. Michael Stern has been, Nick Stern has been writing extensively on this. But when I follow the political debate in various countries today, I'm not totally sure about the commitment of all. But it was a major step, and I hope it can be upheld.
Now we have in the state pension fund. Coming actually back to the corporate bond purchase program, what is your assessment of the depth of the European corporate bond market? Do you think there will be enough stuff to buy in the scale that would make real impact?
I would put this in a bigger context, that our extended asset purchase program is strong. We'll go up to 80 billion per month until March, and beyond that if needed. And we will do whatever we need to do to fulfill our mandate, which is price stability closer to, below 2 in the medium term. Of course, on that particular issue, we learn as we go, but I mean, as a part of this big package, it's important. But I would like to go piece by piece on these special programs. Each key question is the commitment of the global commitment of the purchase, each per month until March, and beyond, if necessary, beyond that.
We have time for 2 more questions. If not, then we'll take this 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to introduce the 2 people who are now discussing the investment outlook and what's happening in the financial world when it comes to investment and practical decisions and things like that, and how to transform the developments in the economy, the general economy, to something that finally leads to a decision about asset allocation, which certainly is not easy. It never has been easy, but I remember from my early days when I had presentations for Swedish Business Outlook, and then 2 or 3 times I said, the situation is more uncertain than ever. Then one of the journalists said, you have been telling us already 2 or 3 times before, it's always uncertain. Maybe the situation has become even more complex since the early 80s or so, and well, in my feeling, it's much more complex in a respect that means that you have considered not only economic developments, but also increasingly political developments, also interdisciplinary research and considerations when it comes to psychology, behavioral finance, social developments. So many things can play a role apart from pure economics. So this is, I think, one of the big challenges we have today. And who could be better explaining these considerations that have to be taken than the two people who are now presenting their outlook, their considerations. The first one who will start is Constance Hunter, who is the chief economist at KPMG and also has been had leading positions in other companies or as a chief economist or a chief financial officer. Before that, I think you were at EXA, which is quite an important company, global company. And she's also has been very much safe about her predictions many times. And so sometimes I succeeded as well as a chief economist for many years. But the thing is also to have the right timing. I didn't always have the timing because I was a little bit too early with my warnings, and then nobody would listen. So another difficulty is also to be right in the timing, saying, I think this and this may happen, there's an increasing risk for this and this at the right point, at the right time, and that's, I think, is another, that's a kind of art which also has to be managed well. Otherwise, people won't listen if you come in too early with warnings. The second speaker this afternoon is Timo Vierkente, who is the CEO of the government or the state pension fund of Finland, which is a very important institution in Finland, as we all know, and administrating a lot of money all the time, and also having, of course, a higher degree of responsibility. Mr. Vierkente has been has a long list of very important occupations, most of them, I think, in government positions, but also in academia as professor of law, and I think Texas as well, and which is very important. And he has now the responsibility of administrating and make the best return possible, considering all the things we have been discussing this morning as well, for the 80 billion euro state pension fund of Finland, which is quite some amount. You're most very welcome. I would like to ask you, both of you, to maybe make a presentation for 30 minutes or something like that, and then we should give another time for questions, because I hope and I think you have a lot of questions about the things these two prominent speakers will give to us. Most welcome, Councillor.
Thank you. Hubert, that was a very nice introduction. So I think it's better to be early than late if you're going to be making predictions. I don't know that it's so bad to be a little early. Let's see. Okay, you guys can hear me, right? Yeah, all right. I'm not going to worry about the microphone. You may have a challenge with the clicker, but in any case, oh, perfect. Great. So when I look at 2016 and I look at how the year started, it was a little dicey. We had actually really the end of 2015 is certainly a great deal of market turbulence, starting in August with Chinese equity markets, which then ricocheted around to U.S. equity markets, European equity markets. We had in the beginning of the year sort of the three major central banks take big action. So we had, of course, the ECB going ahead with further steps in terms of quantitative easing and negative rates. We had the Bank of Japan going to negative rates for the first time. And we had the Fed in their March meeting moving the ever-important dots that forecast the number of interest rates And so on average, those dots then had a central tendency towards two rate increases in 2016 versus 4 in December. And so this sort of gave markets and perhaps even economies what I would call a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? So some of the concerns about what was going to happen in 2016 began to be assuaged, and we've seen growth actually turn out to be not so bad and improving a bit in the U.S. Okay, so just a normal, okay, this way, perhaps? This way.
Left-hand side.
Yes. That? No? There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, so so we had Governor Liikanen talk a little bit about the forward markets. So this is a graph of 4 major economies and economic areas in the world, looking at the current yield curve and then 1 year forward. So the dark blue line is today, the light blue line is the forward rate. And of course you can see that Japan and Europe are both below 0, out in the case of Japan to the 10-year tenor, and in the case of Europe to the 7-year tenor. In the U.S., we have an upward sloping yield curve that's fully above the 0 line, and some expectation of rate increases priced in there, and then the UK curve. And I would just say that in general, I think the long end of the U.S. curve is very constrained by what's happening globally, right? So if you're running a global bond fund of any kind, and you have a choice about where you can invest, and your choice is German 10 years at 10 basis points or US 10 years at 170, you're probably on balance going to lean towards a higher allocation to US 10 years at 170, provided, of course, you're not too worried about the currency risk and other things that would diminish that return over time, or perhaps even augment it, depending upon how things go. So we see, I think, a situation where the U.S. long end of the curve is very much impacted by global rates, which is probably something new. I would say for most of our careers, most of us have had the experience that the U.S. is the benchmark upon which the rest of the world is set. And this is certainly a regime change in terms of the fact that the global interest rates are now impacted the long end of the U.S. curve. Can't do this. There we go. Okay, so this is a chart that will be very familiar to those of you based here in Europe. It's looking at the year-over-year loan rates to households from European banks, and obviously, as you can see, they were flat to below 0 for a significant period of time. Ergo, the ECB said we need to get the money multiplier going again here. So they started their negative rate policy, which at first was pretty effective. It increased not only bank lending, of course, but the money multiplier, M2 went up. And then we see that most recently with money supply and a little bit with bank lending sort of flattening out before the most recent activities have taken an effort to stimulate things again. And if we look around the world, and this is the PMI index, mostly it is the combined PMI index. There are some countries that only have a manufacturing PMI. So for those countries, it's only the manufacturing PMI. And of course, there's also a great deal of countries that don't have the PMI index. But for those with the PMI index, we see a mostly green world, right? Mostly above 50 in this diffusion indicator, but a few notable exceptions. And the exceptions have some things in common. A lot of them are commodity exporters. Brazil, of course, has its own special, unique political problems. And then in Norway, the economy is actually doing much better, but from an oil and gas investment perspective, it keeps the PMI in negative territory. And then, of course, most notably is Japan, which is struggling with a decades-long challenge of a structural issue pertaining to the collapsing of its debt bubble, the dealing with the zombie institutions within its financial system, an aging population, and falling working age population. So that combination of structural issues, I think, have been of great hindrance to Japan. And it continues to sort of muddle along as a way, and figuring out a way to get out of that situation and engineer growth. But the rest of the world is actually doing pretty much okay. We're certainly seeing more stability than we would have seen at the beginning of the year. year. So at the beginning of the year, Canada would have been red, Russia would have been red, China would have been red. So we're seeing some improvement, at least on this PMI measurement and on some other indicators as well. And it's curious to me, though, we have these negative interest rates, right? We have everybody worried about growth, but if we look at the IMF forecast along with the long-term global growth rate, we see something that I think is kind of interesting, which is that we're right around the long-term average of the last 35 years. 3.75% has been the average global growth rate for 35 years. Now you can see there's been a bit of volatility involved in that, but we're not so far off the average, but yet our rates are so much lower than they've ever been. And so in thinking about this, I was thinking, well, why might this be the case? And one of the things is that the structure of this growth has changed a lot over 35 years, right? So it used to be mostly the developed economies that was leading this growth. It was a lot of investments, increasingly services. But as we've seen the emerging markets emerge, we see almost 50% of this growth is now emerging markets. That's much more commodity-based driven, right? So a lot of these economies are commodity-based economies. So you have some volatility baked into that. We certainly see within the developed markets a different structure in terms of working age population mix. So the percent of the working age population supporting the retired population has gone down. We have fewer working age people to retired people. That creates a different type of spending mix, both in households and for governments. And we're seeing, of course, a different type of investment mix from corporations. So while the growth number is the same as it has always been, or very similar to the long-term average, the type of growth and the sources of growth are coming from different places, and I think that matters. So I wanted to give a little bit, because we've had a lot on sort of the intended consequences of negative interest rates and low rates. It might be worthwhile spending a little bit of time on some of the unintended consequences or less desirable consequences of low or negative interest rates. So erosion of bank profitability is one consideration. Pressures on non-bank financial institutions, pensions, insurance companies, anomalies in valuations and return payment streams. So of course when you take your risk-free rate and it's negative, and you plug it into your NPV calculation, you come up with a somewhat funky number. If you're doing risk metrics and you're running some risk models, many risk models don't allow you to put in a negative rate, right? There's not a lot of scenario testing for what happens below the zero bound. Is it symmetrical? Is it not symmetrical? So a lot of, I think, questions in terms of risk analysis need to be delved into further. The effects on money markets, probably not as big an issue in Europe, but certainly would be a big question in the United States. Excessive risk-taking from low rates. So we'll look and see if there's been any excessive risk-taking going on in the world. And then, of course, increased savings and reduced current consumption are some things that one might think about when thinking about some of the unintended consequences of negative rates. So lower net interest margins, when we look at erosion of bank profitability, is certainly one consequence. Potential losses, eventual losses on government bonds. So banks that are currently purchasing European government debt carrying a negative yield. How do they account for that when they held that bond to maturity? Right, it's going to be a negative return in some way, shape, or form. So what are the details of how that's constructed and accounted for? And then reduced profit on standard maturity transformation, funding short-term and lending long-term. So I think while the ECB has certainly done a lot to help banks within Europe, banks within the United States that are facing a flatter yield curve, banks within Japan that are facing a negative yield curve, there are certainly still challenges for those institutions. And then if we look at pressures on non-bank financial institutions, so the inability of insurance companies to meet obligations, I think that there is a possibility of a growing crisis, especially for European insurers as we go out in the next 5 years or so. And I think this is something that the ECB is probably focusing on and thinking about, but it's sort of a sleeper issue that I don't hear that many people discussing, which I think could become problematic for markets and for savers and therefore for consumption. Inability of pension funds to meet obligations. So this falls for government pensions as well as corporate pensions, and how that impacts investing across the spectrum. And then it could lead to volatility in certain riskier assets. I'm also on the advisory board of KPMG's pension. So thinking about how we navigate these very low interest rates, and we're a very risk-averse pension. We've always been very well funded, so we've never had to move very far out the risk spectrum to meet our obligations, very heavily weighted towards government bonds. But of course, in the last several years, we've had to consider, do we need to move out the risk spectrum? Now, in a way, you could say, well, that's what the Fed wants us to do, right? They're saying, go out the risk spectrum. We're actually penalizing you a little bit for holding government bonds, so move out the risk spectrum. But there are certainly questions around that in terms of how stable are those returns and what type of volatility can we expect in the future. If we look at, has there been excessive risk-taking? So this looks at the total debt of various countries, color-coded. So dark blue is general government, green is non-financial corporate debt, and blue is households. And of course, probably well known to everybody in this room, Japan has the largest amount of total debt to GDP, and that is stems mostly from their government debt. If we move on down, France certainly has amassed a fair amount of corporate debt over the last 5 years. Canada has increased its household debt and its corporate debt over the past 5 years, but fiscally it's in a very solid situation. Italy, because its GDP has been shrinking, and because it's had a little bit of a bout of deflation and disinflation, has seen its debt to GDP ratio go up, even though it's holding primary surpluses on the fiscal level. The UK seems pretty balanced. The US is actually fairly balanced. In fact, we've had some deleveraging at the household level, and that deleveraging is continuing. So if we look at mortgage equity additions or withdrawals, before the crisis, mortgage equity additions or withdrawals appeared to be somewhat of a random walk. So up or down about 100 billion each quarter. As we approach the bubble, we start to see more and more consistent mortgage equity withdrawals. And post-crisis, we've seen mortgage equity additions. Now, there was, in my mind, an expectation that at some point, maybe in 2014, 2015, we'd see that, quote, normalize and go back to the pre-bubble levels of this random walk up or down 100 billion. But we haven't seen that. What we've seen is continued mortgage equity addition of about 250 billion to 300 billion per quarter. So that is good for household balance sheets on a macro basis, but it also means less consumption within the U.S. economy. So I would say that U.S. growth on balance has been achieved over these past 5 years without excessive leverage taking. And so when I hear people say, oh, well, we have such low growth, it's only 2%. Well, 2% without taking on any additional leverage is actually, in my opinion, pretty solid growth. If we look at China, while their total debt to GDP is very similar to that of the US, the UK, Australia, the increase in non-financial corporate debt over the past 6 years has been pretty astounding. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we keep going. And then if we look at some of these lesser indebted countries, obviously countries you would expect like Germany, Brazil has very low government debt to GDP, but certainly if it continues in its economic malaise, I would expect that number to balloon out rather substantially over the next 5 years or so, despite the fact that they have a new government that's trying to get things under control. So, looking a little deeper into the China debt situation. So this compares the US versus China. So if we look in 2008, total government debt to GDP, the US was certainly way ahead of China. If we look today in 2015, China has caught up a bit. Now, these are the official numbers. If you look at some of the debt to state-owned enterprises and some of the local government debt that's been issued, there are non-official private forecasts that this is actually more on the order of, just looking here, is certainly significantly higher, but I'm just looking at the percentages, and I didn't review this graph before it went in here, and the US total, oh, that's total, I'm sorry, general government. My apologies, I was looking at the total and I thought, wow, we're not at 200% general government debt to GDP. Okay, so the general government debt we were just about 60% before the crisis in the US, below 50. If you look here at China, this official number below 50, it's estimated by private sources to be closer to 80, so really on par with what we're seeing in the United States. If we look at non-financial corporate debt, we started before the crisis with China with greater non-financial corporate debt. And of course, you can see that that's really gone up substantially since the crisis. And that non-financial corporate debt has been a big source of GDP growth within China over the past 5 years. If we look at household debt, China has also seen a rather significant increase in household debt, where in the US we've actually seen a bit of a decline. And then finally, another what I would consider worrying sign is that bank debt, which is fairly low in the US and has gone down a little bit as a percent of GDP, in part because of the crisis in households deleveraging, in part because of lack of corporate lending. China has certainly seen a big increase in corporate lending and bank debt in the past 5 years. And so we've had obviously very low rates in China that China has imported from the US because of the pegged currency. And it's a real question if this was the appropriate interest rate for China to have, and if we've seen some excesses that are going to come back to bite us in the years to come within China. So I have a hashtag. I should have talked about my first hashtag up here. So I was asked to start tweeting in 2011, so I looked at Twitter and what was going on Twitter, and so I said, okay, you have to come up with these hashtags. So it's 2011, and I thought, well, we're probably going to have low rates for another year and a half. Let me make up this hashtag, rates low for a long time. And it'll be good for a little while. And now here we are in 2016. I think it's still pretty valid. So that was the first hashtag on the very first slide with the interest rates. And this is the second hashtag that I came up with a little while ago, China meets gravity. It's taking some time. I'm a little early on this one, Hubert. It's taking some time for China to meet gravity. We might see it though as the Fed continues to raise interest rates. And so when we look at corporate debt in China, we have the bar indicating year-over-year change, and then we have the line indicating total financial corporate debt on the left-hand side. And getting up above 160% is we're really getting up above 110% is really higher than any other country in recent memory. If we look back to the Asian financial crisis, this is well above levels that triggered the Asian financial crisis. So it obviously, we don't have a normal corporate bond market in China. To the extent that they're state-owned enterprises, there will be a lot of protection, what I would call from the Chinese government, of mop up and prop up, right? So mopping up the problem, propping up the organization, not having any proper bankruptcy proceedings, allowing zombie companies to continue to exist within the economy, and generally reducing total factor productivity in the process. So I think that this is a bit of a red flag for the Chinese economy. China is not the only one that's seen their debt issuance go up. So we've seen oil companies really increase their debt. This is corporate debt issued by oil companies. It doesn't include any bank debt. It is from the Bank of International Settlements, and this is the annual issuance of corporate debt. And of course, when this started, or as it got going, we saw oil prices going up. And so the collateral backing this debt was rather sound and considered to be sound. After all, Goldman Sachs told us that oil prices were going to $200. We now, at our $50 or so, $45 oil price, have a very different collateral situation, and yet we still continue to see debt issuance above $450 billion a year. This, I think, is another potential source of disruption within global markets if you're looking for an area to be concerned or an unintended consequence of very, very low interest rates. Certainly the buildup within Chinese corporates, at Chinese banks, and in global oil companies are areas where I would certainly continue to monitor very closely for warning signs of potential spillover into other areas of the economy or the capital markets. Okay, so increased savings. Have we seen increased savings as a result of low interest rates? Larry Fink, who as many of you probably know is the chairman of BlackRock, said that at a certain interest rate, if you're going to get a certain income later in life, you need to save a certain amount of money, and if that interest rate falls in half, then you need to save more than double the amount of money to get the same return. Now, we don't have a lot of empirical evidence, and I certainly don't think really yet enough data to conclude that low interest rates cause increased savings, because obviously there's a lot of noise in this data. But we have a test case. We have Denmark, which was the first country, of course, in 2012 to go to negative rates in order to protect the peg against the euro. And so in thinking about this, I took a rather long-term approach, right? Because what you can see with Danish savings rates is they're rather volatile, right? Now we've hit an apex. We got up to just above 16% most recently, and it happens to correspond with the time period when we had very low interest rates. Sort of the initial econometric work I've done, I don't get very strong results that there's a causal relationship there. Now that doesn't mean that with more data we wouldn't see a greater causal relationship, but I think this is something as a profession we need to continue to examine pretty closely on both the theoretical side and on the empirical side. Because logically it would make sense. It might assign a little bit more financial literacy savvy to the average person than they deserve to receive. But I do think that it's something worth considering, and certainly in Denmark we have a good test case. So I would say if this goes on for another year or so, we will have a lot more data to determine whether or not there's a causal relationship there. So going back to the situation of the working age people to the number of retired people, this is not a new phenomenon. If I did this slide going back to 1950, we would actually still see the same, very similar slope. And what we can see is that ratio of 20 to 64-year-olds to those over 65, of course, it keeps going down. The U.S. sort of stabilizes, so we'll be 3.0 by 2030, and barring any changes in birth rates and projected aging, we'll be at about 2.8 by 2050, but not so for the rest of the world. In fact, Europe goes from 2.5 down to 1.7, so a rather substantial increase. And then China, with a very dramatic change because of their one-child policy, goes from 4.6 down to 2.4. And this certainly impacts many, many things, including but not limited to savings rates, spending patterns, and government debt. Because everywhere in the world, there is really not a single country that doesn't have some sort of safety net for retired persons. And that safety net could be in the form of medical care, it could be in the form of actual outright pensions, it could be in the form of housing, but there is always some sort of social safety net for the retired population. Now, despite the fact that we've known, you know what, I'm going to change the order. Despite the fact that we have known that this is happening, we really haven't seen an increase in retirement ages. So this is indexed back to 2000. It's a little bit of a messy graph, but you can see that no country has increased their retirement age more than 3%. As far as I can tell, there is no plan to do so in many places in the world. In fact, there's a great resistance to raising both the retirement age or the age at when people would receive medical benefits. However, let's try to go back. Okay, if we were to gradually increase the rate by 10 years to 74, you would actually see that this ratio really improves dramatically. And so if we look at the US, we see a pretty significant improvement in the percent of the population that is the working age population. In Europe, we see a pretty nice flattening out. So instead of that steep downturn in the 15 to 64-year-olds, because of the baby boom, we see a pretty flattened number. I mean, Japan, the slope is still very similar, but you can see that, of course, it improves the percent of working age population. And then in the UK, again, like Japan, very similar slope, but obviously an improvement. And yet, really nowhere do we see any policy prescriptions that suggest that this would be a good idea. And of course, when you get into the fairness of it, you could say, well, is it fair? I think it's better to think about, is it mathematically possible not to do this, right? If we look at the math and we continue to have the amount of longevity we have to have some pretty serious productivity gains in order to increase our total factor productivity such that some sort of increase in retirement age or some sort of other reduction in benefits isn't going to be warranted at some point in our lifetimes. Now, one of the things that's been talked about a lot is the heavy lifting that central banks have had to do. And it's true, the central banks have done most of the heavy lifting, certainly in Europe and the US. In Japan, we've seen a bit more fiscal policy, unfortunately to not very much benefit in the economy. But if we look here, it's actually Europe, you know, if you talk to some people, I think the popular belief is that Europe has been much more austere than the US in the wake of the crisis. But if you just look at contribution to GDP, the fiscal consolidation that occurred in the United States after the midterm elections of 2012 certainly, of 2010, certainly resulted in much more fiscal austerity in the United States in terms of impact on GDP than we saw in Europe. And we've seen a bit of a turnaround in 2015 in the US and 2014 in Europe. Some of that in the US comes from municipal government, so this is actually total government contribution, and as the municipalities have seen some improved real estate tax revenues and some improved sales tax revenues, we've seen this turnaround. At the federal level, we haven't seen a whole lot of stimulus coming out of the US, so a lot of this is really a turnaround at the municipal level. But I think the expectation is still that the central banks do the heavy lifting, and it's a real question whether or not that's a prudent plan. So if we look and compare, I've added China to this, so this is again the combined PMI index where 50 is the midpoint, and we see Japan below 50, but that everybody else is sort of just above 50, so sort of getting by, but barely. Right, so hardly a robust growth picture in the major economies of the world. Okay, so looking at the United States in more detail, again the PMI index, with light blue being services and dark blue being manufacturing. The US was significantly impacted by several factors, the stronger dollar being one, the fall in oil prices being another, and the global manufacturing slowdown being a third major factor. So if we look at just the contribution to investment over the last 2 quarters, in the fourth quarter and the first quarter of 2016, so the fourth quarter of 2015, the first quarter of 2016, the pullback from investment from the energy sector has been really sharp and really dramatic, and has had a negative impact on total GDP in terms of investment spending. And we're seeing that turn around just a little bit, and we see it in the manufacturing PMI data. We're also seeing a bit of a pullback on the dollar in the first part of 2016, so that is helping the manufacturing sector. So we're seeing that move just barely above 50, and then we're seeing a little bit of a turnaround in the services sector. If we look at where the growth is coming from in the United States, I think it's resting firmly on the shoulders of consumers, and that is coming through in both the actual consumption numbers and household investment in residential real estate, which has been an extremely positive driver of growth in the US. So the average throughout the expansion has been 2.25% annualized rate, and then our forecast is for it to remain fairly strong on the back of so many consecutive months of positive payroll growth. Another thing that I think is a positive for the U.S. economy, which has not been a driver of growth really until recently, is the growth of new firms. So when we look at it as a driver of both employment and productivity, new firms are a great source of disruption and productivity growth within the economy. They provide competition to existing firms. So some people don't feel that this disruption, some people who are on the back end of this disruption don't necessarily feel that it's a positive for them personally, if they're the ones being disrupted, but certainly for the economy-wide, I think it makes a huge difference in terms of future productivity growth. And then, of course, as a source of jobs growth, growth of new firms is important. Now, this is a little bit lagged, so it's from the third quarter of 2015. But it's a piece of data that I'll be watching pretty closely over the next year, hopefully several years, to see if it continues on this trend. We had an uptick in 2011 and it pulled back. It turned out not to be a trend. So if this turns out to actually be a trend, I think it'll be a pretty positive underlying source of growth for the U.S. economy. As we get more and more into a technological age, one of the things that we find is that future growth really depends on previous investment in software and equipment. And so what we've seen naturally is software spending as a percent of total investment has gone up over the last 40 years, 30 years, because of course we've had more software to invest in, right? There just wasn't the ubiquitous use of software back necessarily in 1980. But we've also seen it become more of a business cycle, right? So we had a peak in 2000, then we had a little bit of a fall, then we had another peak before this crisis, then we had a bit of a fall, and we see it coming back. So rather than the rather steady upward slope that we saw from 1980 to about 2000, we're now seeing more of a business cycle effect of this, but we are also seeing it bounce back a bit. So this is another important factor when thinking about what is the U.S. growth looking like in the long term. So thinking, and I say this because obviously as pension investors and long-term investors, you're looking out at what's the long-term potential growth of a given economy. Okay, so this is my forecast for U.S. GDP growth. So I have an alternate scenario and my base forecast. And my base forecast is really based on the fact that I don't think the long end of the U.S. curve is going to rise rather substantially because of what's happening with global rates. And then the Fed is probably going to be on a slower trajectory than they are currently telegraphing. And what we're going to see is actually much lower rates. Now, the big question mark I have, and the thing that I need to go back and do and really work with within my model, is the model assumptions about the transmission mechanism of low rates into economic growth. And I suspect that they're a little bit too optimistic. So I suspect that over time we're not going to see that transmission mechanism carry out into the end of 2017, early part of 2018 with growth rates above 3%. I think that relationship has changed somewhat, and that what my model is forecasting is probably going to be a little bit too optimistic. And so then I have my alternate scenario, which is the green line, which is more about a 2% growth rate. The best case would be, of course, that we end up somewhere in between there, but as you know, it's not going to be this smooth, right? It's going to be much more volatile. Just before I end, I know Hubert wanted me to talk a little bit about China as well. So, you know, one of the big questions about China is, can we believe their data, right? And no matter what you say, whether they're overstating or understating, what you notice about Chinese data is that it's extremely smooth, right? Have you looked at China's GDP statistics? So it's 7, 6.9, 6.9, 6.8, 6.8, 6.8, 6.6, you get the point. And so we see here the actual GDP for the US, pretty good data system we have in the United States. It's pretty thorough, it's pretty robust. We're constantly working on improving it. We throw a fair amount of resources at it. We have really excellent professionals working at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, at the BEA, and at the Fed and other places that collect and monitor US data. And what you see is that the GDP data is not smooth. And when things happen, and sometimes we get weather effects, so we'll have a negative quarter like we did in the first quarter of 2014, or we have some quarters where we see a bounce back and we see higher GDP. So just looking at the data alone in China, any economist operating in any other country in the world would say, well, this doesn't look like GDP data to me. This is not the pattern that GDP data displays over time. It's much more volatile. So given that that's the case, then the question is, what do we believe when looking at Chinese data? And here we get into an even murkier situation, right? Because the way that data is collected is then questionable. If you really, really delve into what's going on, for example, in the price data within China, and try to make heads or tails of it in terms of both price changes and ratings changes, it becomes very, very, very murky. One of the things I'm working on is a project with KPMG. We have obviously a lot of audit data that we collect, and working on a way of monitoring bottom-up profitability and growth from different companies, and then translating that into a GDP number. We're still working on it. I think it's possible that it could provide a nice alternative to what we see being produced out of the Chinese statistical agencies. We look at other things like electricity consumption, but in an economy that is switching its economy from a manufacturing economy to a services economy, of course, the electricity intensity of GDP is falling, and so that's not as reliable a number as it maybe it would have been earlier in the 2000s and in the 90s for sure. We can look at other things like retail sales, but again, there's different issues with the way they're collecting retail sales data. So in short, there's really not a lot of great solutions about really assessing what's going on in the Chinese economy, and I think this is a problem for policymakers because as the second largest economy in the world, and certainly the swing consumer on a great many commodities, I think this is an issue because it's going to influence global GDP. It's going to influence that number that the IMF forecast. And if you talk to people in the business of forecasting the Chinese economy at places like the IMF and the OECD, they will begrudgingly admit to some pressure to give very positive forecasts. And so I don't know that we can fully believe their forecasts. So it leads to a sort of, from a policy perspective, I think a big question mark within the global economy. So I think I'm well over my time. I'm going to wrap up and turn it over to Timo.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I have the privilege of sitting next to our own engineer who gave me instructions how to use the clicker, and we'll see how it goes. If I can't do it, it's not his fault. It's probably my bad understanding. We've had a lot of good macroeconomic material today. I'm not going to repeat that or really not go into that area that much. What I have in my mind is a number of observations on the financial market from an institutional investor's point of view. Primarily, I'm going to make some points on the equity and fixed income market as to kind of some daily situation and some more long-term developments. So let's see how this goes. Perfect. So just to start with briefly, who we are, the State Pension Fund of Finland. We are a buffer fund helping the state to pay for future pensions of government employees in Finland. By the way, we were established 25 years ago. The key decision maker then was the Finance Minister Erkki Liikanen, who had, I think, some various good reasons for establishing this fund. The Finnish pension system, we can't go into that now. It's not a typical pension system that you would find in most countries. It's in substance a partly funded system, and in the state pension system, the funding ratio is, one could say, only 19%, and our objective is to take the funding ratio up to 25%. What we do, we only manage the pension money. We don't administer any pensions. That's being taken care by others. And the market value of our assets it's around 18 billion euros. But now to the actual topics I wanted to touch. If somebody doesn't know or believe that interest rates are low at the moment, so I can prove it with this chart, which has been stolen from Andrew Haldane of the Bank of England. Many of you may know him in person. So here we have interest rates on a 5,000 years perspective. And as you can see on the lower right corner, we are on a very low level. I'm not absolutely sure about the exact figures. Maybe 1,000 years ago, I don't think they had Bloomberg terminals at the time where they could take a look at the interest rate levels. But at the beginning here we have Babylon, then we come to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, then through Byzantine we come to the Netherlands and Italy and closer to the modern area. But as you can say that we are in a historically interesting situation at the moment. I don't go into this now. This is kind of only for illustrative purposes. Some negative rate bonds of some 8 trillion US dollars in April, as I think Sixten mentioned earlier today, that now the overall amount has exceeded 10 trillion by now. So far it's been almost exclusively a government bond phenomenon. I think some corporate bonds have been trading at negative rates, slightly negative rates. I'm not sure if there has been any issuance of corporate bonds with negative rates. Could be, but I'm not aware of that. But this is of course really unique. I'm sorry about the small letters. I don't know if it's readable or not. Constant was touching a little bit on the same themes. What kind of credit markets we have and what kind of volumes in the different markets. This is a slightly different perspective. If you can't read, I can help you. This is rather from an investor's point of view, taking a look at the size of the investment universe in various markets and the change of the volume of these markets. And what can be seen in particular is that this is development over the last 10 years. And we can see that on the top we can see emerging market corporate debt, which has risen by 600% over the 10-year period. And the next one is European high yield, where we also see pretty impressive figures of growth over 10 years. And this can, of course, give rise to many ideas of how the world has changed and whether there are excesses in some areas. Of course, like for European high yields, the market was really pretty small and undeveloped in comparison to the US market in particular, still 10 years ago. Third from the bottom is European government bonds. It's in a way surprising because all of us here have thought that there has been a government debt crisis in Europe, and what has happened is that the European states have built up a lot of debt, but as we can see, it's been a pretty modest development in comparison to many other debt markets around the world. Then a couple of things about the equity market. As we know, for the fixed income market, when interest rates are extremely low, bonds are, of course, expensive from an investor's point of view. But what about equities? There are, of course, lots of various valuation metrics for equities. Here is one of them, the price-earnings ratio, based on the well-known Shiller methodology, taking as earnings the average of the last 10 years. What we see is that the present valuation level, price earnings, according to this method in the US, is around 25, 26. That's high by historical standards. We see here the median from 1880, the stronger line, and the thinner line, the median from 1960. And in comparison to those, we seem to be on somewhat elevated levels, although not really at record levels. But based on this valuation metrics, equities would seem to be relatively richly priced at the moment. Of course, there are many other valuation methods, price to book, price to cash flow, the Fed model, and many others also. But we can also go a little bit further on this track and take a kind of extension of this thinking. And here there's one adjustment made, and it's that at the moment profit margins are really high by historical standards. And if you take a kind of test that we would imagine that the profit margins would be at the levels where they were in the 90s, we would see that at the moment the equity valuations would be actually close to record high levels. So the point behind this is that, okay, profit margins are high, and if we believe that profit margins can stay high in the future too, we can think that, well, then maybe the present valuations levels are not really excessive, although they are relatively high. But if we think that it's a kind of exception that profit margins are on this very high level where they are today, then we are close to drawing the conclusion that equities are pretty expensive with these valuation levels. Then perhaps the most serious slide I'm presenting today. Here's a kind of study made by Vincent Martian Staunton, published by Credit Suisse. If you take, for instance, the left-hand side of the US to see what was being talked about, here we have real returns of the major asset classes over a long period of time, some 100 years for the United States. And we see that real equity returns have been around 6% over this 100-year period. But if we break this down to central bank rate hike and rate cut cycles, we first see the light blue line, which describes the rate cut, the time periods of the rate cut cycle, meaning that you invest when there's the first rate cut and you stay invested until there will be the first rate hike. And we can see that over this 100 years, the real equity return has been more than 9% during these rate cut cycles, but when we come to rate hike cycles, the real equity return has been 2%. It may not be surprising that there is a difference that goes this way, but to my mind, the magnitude of this difference is pretty striking. And we see much the same thing in the UK, a little bit shorter time horizon, but still. And if you think where we are now, one can say that in many countries we have lived the golden years of rate cuts and the central bank rates coming down, but there is relatively little room left, as we've heard many times today, and well, in the US already, and in many other countries probably sometime in the future will be in the time period of these green shoots, if one could call them like that. So this doesn't make one extremely optimistic about equity returns in the future. We may also take a look at the bond returns, some perhaps expected results in the US. Not such a striking difference, but unfortunately for us, investors who would like to diversify, it would look like perhaps expected that bond returns would be low too at the same time when equity returns are low, according to this methodology. In the UK, you don't find quite a similar development for bonds. Maybe one caveat: during this century, it hasn't been so clear. There are some indications that what has been favorable for investment returns has rather been relatively stable central bank rates rather than central bank rates really falling strongly. And my last slide, partly the same thing, how the various asset classes do in various times of central bank policy, a little bit different method, annualized return in the 2 years following rate cuts versus the 2 years after rate hikes. And for different kinds of real assets, what we see is that all assets seem to be doing better at the time of rate cuts. Primarily diamonds and gold, but unfortunately even art and wine and violins are doing better at the time of rate cuts. When it comes to stamps, I think the difference might not be statistically significant. But if we leave it open for stamps, then in the other case we have more or less conclusive evidence. Thank you very much.
Contrary to Timo, I don't want to lose the privilege of being the moderator, and would like to raise questions right away. So any questions, or comments?
With regard to raising the retirement age to 75, I'd like to point out that between essentially employed people don't get sick. They start to get sick around 55. They go straight up. If you're proposing to move to the employer's back what is now on Medicare's back, and added to that is the fact that there are a number of divorcees and widows and other people in that 10-year age group who are not going to be covered by either the employer or by Medicare if you raise the retirement age. And you've got to figure in the cost of managing that somehow. So that I think that raising the retirement age sounds good in theory, but when you get down to the practicalities of doing it, you're going to find it's pretty tough.
So in terms of the demographic slice, I would have loved to have just gone to 70, but that's not a demographic slice that exists, that's readily available. So I wasn't able to show what the graph would look like in terms of percent of the working age population. In terms of implementation, nobody in their right mind would suggest a wave the wand, here's the sudden change, right? So in any reasonable expectation of implementation, it's extremely gradual. So something like adding 3 months of working time for every year you are away from the current retirement age. So in the US right now, it's 65, 67, depending upon how you slice it. And if you increased it 3 months for every year you are away from that age, it would be gradual enough that an adjustment could occur over the time period. And if you raised it merely to 70, you would see not only improved fiscal balances, fiscal projections, but you would also see improved current consumption because of greater current income. What we're actually seeing, if you look at the participation rate, the participation rate of workers over age 55 has actually been growing since the Great Recession. And a lot of it has to do with people realizing that they either lost too much of their wealth during the Great Recession. So even though they're maybe collecting Social Security, they continue to work because they know that that's not giving them enough income because their retirement savings were significantly impaired. Or you're just seeing people wanting to remain more active because they're still healthy and they're still able to work.
Comment on this. On this, Constance seems to have studied the Finnish pension reform, because what we are having right now is a reform where our retirement age is being raised by 3 months every year for 8 years, so that it will be two years higher. And after that, it will be, the pensionable age will be tied to changes in life expectancy. So there will be an automatic adjustment after that time also.
More questions?
I guess my question is primarily to Constance, but others are free to chime in as well. Actually, it concerns China. I also sort of have been looking at the Chinese debt numbers, and they are worrying, but then the standard response, at least from China and also from some China watchers, is that, well, it's mostly domestic debt anyway, and if things really go bad, then the central government can just step in, recapitalize the banks like they did 15 years ago, and all will be well. What would be your take on that? Then I just want to say that I also have been wondering about the sort of overly optimistic forecast on the Chinese GDP, not just from the IMF, but from some other institutions as well. Thanks.
And so I'll take the last question first, which is what's your alternative, right? Because you can't even properly forecast the components of GDP, really. So I can sort of see why they default to that, where they default to, oh, okay, well, the 5-year plan is for 7%. Okay, well, we think that's too optimistic, so we'll forecast 6.6. You know, and obviously it's not that simplistic, and I don't want to belittle the hard work that's being done by economists at many different organizations, but I do think it's a quandary. In terms of the government recapitalizing the banks, sure, they'll probably do that, and I guess what we get is something that looks a little bit like Japan, right? Because Japan recapitalized its banks, but it had zombie institutions, both banks and other businesses within its economy, which really hobbled the ability of the economy to recover and grow. It reduced dynamism in the economy rather significantly, and so it overall reduced the potential GDP. And I think ultimately that's what we get in China, right? And somebody has to buy their debt. If they're really interested in internationalizing, which I think is an open question, despite what they say, then theoretically there would be greater foreign ownership of Chinese debt over the next decade. And the market may be slow to impose discipline, because sometimes it is, right? There's many situations in history where the market has been slow to impose discipline, but ultimately if we get more internationalization of RMB debt, then we will see market discipline imposed. But if we don't, then I think we get sort of a zombie economy like we have in Japan.
May I join you for China question, please? You know, China is now very much urging for being recognized as a market economy. It has been yet by the EU, it has been yet by the United States. And the EU had to make a decision, I think, by the end of the year, or should make a decision by the end of the year. China is expecting that. Do you think that China is a market that should be given that reward or not? If it happens, it would only be for political reasons. Do you have an opinion on that?
So, an interesting book on this subject, which I recommend reading, is written by a former partner of mine called, what is it called? Animal Spirits with Chinese Characteristics. It's by Mark DeWeaver. And he did a pretty in-depth study. Now, it's a little stale now. It's probably about 4 years old, I guess, his book, maybe 5. And so then you have to figure the data was a couple of years old. But it talks about the percent of state-owned investment in China and how much is still state-owned. So when you look at the banks, for example, in China, Only about 15% of the banking system is not state-owned, or substantially either 100% or largely state-owned. If you look at state-owned companies and the percentage that they make up in terms of the economy, we're at over 50% in terms of contribution to GDP. And then there's all the other state-directed lending that occurs as a result of the over-influence, or I shouldn't say over, let's not put a value judgment on it, let's just say significant influence on the banking system. But you have to contrast that with the great many sort of entrepreneurs and startup businesses that there are in the Chinese economy, and sort of say, well, where is the dynamism in that economy? And you could argue that most of the dynamism from the Chinese economy is coming from the private sector. So they'll probably say yes, and it's probably 70% political, but it's not entirely untrue that there is private sector influence within the Chinese economy, and that private sector influence is substantial in certain sectors.
There is, of course, this structural change going on into more services and consumption-related economy, although partly it still seems to be more well than actually. It hasn't been that as rapid as one could think, and if you think of the recent growth figures, it would seem to be so that, again, in infrastructure investment pretty much by the state and state-owned firms has been the most important element in the recent growth in China again.
And even within services, if I could just add, I mean, think about the largest services sectors in our economies. It's finance, it's telecoms, it's electricity. Those are all still state-controlled in China.
More questions?
Actually, this is rather a comment when you have been talking about China. I'd like to share with all of you a piece of information received last week in another, on Friday, in another GIC session in London. There, Richard Hurd, who used to be the China economist of OECD, and in that position, he was able to create a kind of contact with Statistics China and discuss their statistics methods. Now he has retired 2 years ago and acts as a consultant for Guangdong province in China. And his story about Chinese GDP, which you were constantly telling that it looks so smooth that it can't be true, that it's not because of manipulation or anything like that, but it's rather a result of a scientific flaw. That is, to put it very simply, I hope it's not too simple, that they only look at the output data, output side of GDP, and deflate that. If you do it properly, you should also take the input data and deflate it, which is a tricky matter. And they are about to enter to the better way to calculate the GDP. They are in a process, so they admit, the statistic office admits that this is a flaw. But as far as, in a way, recent developments in the GDP are concerned, Richard Hurd's interpretation was that in the past, let's say 3 years or so, the official figures have clearly overstated the growth rates which one would have if one would simply look at the income data, income-based, or some other ways. But it does not mean that the data would have been constantly overestimating. Richard Hurd's interpretation was that in bad times, the official figure overstates the growth, but in good times, it understates it. And therefore, in a way, his conclusion was that if you would index Chinese GDP 1995 as 100, the real GDP, correctly measured GDP, would be higher now than the official figures, because there have been more good times in the past 20 years than bad times.
Yes, that may be right,
But the point still is that I have a feeling that, there's never been a real definition what is scientific, They use that word so many times, scientific this and planning scientifically and things like that, and without really telling us what they mean by scientific. That's that problem I do have actually. Then maybe that interpretation may be partly right. I know Richard as well. He's a bright guy, and he has all the context, so there's no doubt about it. But still, I wonder what does he really mean by saying scientific approach and things like that. So I'm a little bit doubtful, but maybe it's partly right.
Just continuing the theme of China, I think it's a very interesting session, and you say what is scientific. And sometimes one gets the impression that China is different, and it's different in the way it handles it. Scientific is almost the same as with Chinese characteristics. It's sort of saying we do things different. Do not expect, and you're not dealing with a country like the Western market economy. Still, there's a lot of private sector in it, a lot of it is private initiative. It's not a closed, controlled economy in the way it was. But to some extent, it is much more, I would say it's much more controlled than the Western, regardless of whether it's going to be treated as a market economy. And maybe that is a good thing for the world for the moment, because the overhangs, we talked about environment, very interesting discussion on climate change and so forth, and China will be very central to the working out of that, can only be done in a way that's very carefully planned and controlled. If you just said, well, the market will take care of it, the market will not take care of that in China. And debt overhangs, the banking issues, can these be handled easily in a completely liberalized? Probably not. Political situation in China is hard to develop. Politically, it needs transition. So I'm just wondering whether these Chinese characteristics are something that we need them to work out over a long period of time, and not just get the government out of all this stuff. It will not be good for them and will not be good for the rest of the world. That's a question.
Thank you for the comment. More questions, please? While you're thinking, maybe I may raise another question. That's a question which I wanted to raise before. Now there's so much focusing on inflation and CPI or PC, whatever you may call it, and how to define it. How sure are we today that we are measuring the inflation in the service sector correctly? It's such a major sector, it's the largest sector in the economy. And there are so many small companies all around there, and at least when I'm buying services in Stockholm, I have a feeling that they are raising prices all the time, but that's another story. But still, how sure are we that the price of inflation in the service sector is measured in a roughly appropriate way?
So we started producing the PPI for services in the U.S. I think 2 years ago. Is that correct? 2 years ago the BLS started doing. Anyway, so it gives us a little more visibility into the services CPI, because we're starting to produce that PPI measure. And I think it's improving, but it's not perfect.
Certainly so, and there are many good experts on this in this room, but of course a particular issue is created by new technology there and the enormously quick transformation of many kinds of electrical appliances and developments, and how are you really able to compare what we had 5 years ago to what we have now?
Okay.
Well, I want to thank you all for coming, and we've had a wonderful discussion today. Some will be back for the roundtable tomorrow, where we'll get into China and Russia and U.S. politics more. But I think we've had a wonderful day, and I look forward to a return to Helsinki sooner than in 5 years. Thank you.